discuss the policies for the distribution of internet number resources, IP addresses, and AS numbers. This is a hybrid session. That means that there are people here in the room. There are also people joining us online with Meet Echo and also watching a live stream. You can participate over Meet Echo, or you can participate in the room. When you speak, please give your name and your affiliation, and that will go into the record. Also, when you speak, please be polite to other people, treat them with respect. We have a code of conduct, and the idea is that we want everyone to be feeling welcome. It's fine to challenge ideas, but we should treat people with respect. Today's session will be scribed by Mary, and we also have chat monitors, and we will have formal minutes published shortly after the end of the RIPE meeting. Talking of minutes, the minutes from RIPE 89 were published. We did not get any comment on them. Does that mean that everyone thinks they're wonderful and we can accept them? Is there any sign online that people object to the minutes? In that case, they are accepted, and we will get them marked as formal. Thank you very much. And now we have chair selection. We have a nominee. And I think it's only right that we ask our nominee to introduce themselves so that everyone knows who's nominated.
Hi, I'm Franziska. I joined this community at this point more than 10 years ago. I made my journey into the community while I was still doing internet measurement research. So I have a routing, slightly security, and analysis background. I left the research world, but stayed in this community because it was just very welcome. It was an amazing time to grow up into a new field of work these days. I work on cloud infrastructure operations, and I have worked within the community, within the program committee and the code of conduct team. Until now, I was mostly an actually active reader of this working group, because for me it was not really main part of my work, but I've been approached and people were asking if I could help out the chair team, and I would be delighted to do so. Thank you.
I think that means that we have selected Franziska by acclamation. Thank you very much, and we will get the website updated. So this is our agenda for today. We've done the session opening, the chair selection. When we sent out the agenda, we put agenda items C and D separately. We've merged them here. It's a single time slot, and all three of our ASO AC representatives will be speaking. We wanted to draw attention to ICP2, which is a very important piece of work that's being done, and they will talk about later on. We also have our traditional updates on policy and what's happening in the world of registration services at the RIPE NCC. After our morning coffee break, we will be talking about IPv6 PI policy, IPv6 initial allocations, and removing the ASN multi-homing requirement potentially. So this is our agenda, and we will be returning to this at the start of the next session. But for now, I'm going to step off the stage and invite the ASO AC representatives from our region to give us an update on what's happening in the ASO AC and ICP2 BIS work. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm waiting my two gentle colleagues arriving. So everybody knows Constance and Andres, elected by you, the community, to the ISOAC, and me, Hervé, by the executive board, and this year the chair of this organization. We have the tradition to present the ISOAC update during the policy working groups, so it's something we do. And as we have an important work to do currently, which is called the ICP2, everybody knows about the ICP2. Probably most of you have attended the BOF, which take place last Monday. During that, but it was a good opportunity to represent a little and briefly this ICP2 in case some people here in the assembly was not present last Monday. The ISOAC is composed of the NRO-NC. It's a group of people elected by the community and the executive board. And we will talk about the NRO-EC, who serves as the ISOAC. The ISOAC and is part of the ISO, is one of the organizations of the ICANN and deals with the numbers and specifically IP addresses. What it is, this organization was established by ICANN to advise on internal number resource policies. Normally, it is comprised of 15 members, but you all know that within the AFRINIC currently, we have no representative. There will be elections to recompose the executive board of the AFRINIC on June. So we will wait for good news about that in the next month, I hope. Members, so terms vary by regions. And our main activities is to advise the ICANN board about this domain, to oversee the global policy development process. A global policy is a policy common to each of the regions and deal with the distribution of the resources from the IANA to the regions. We appoint 2 members to the ICANN board of directors, the seat 9 and 10, and I will talk about seat 10. And we appoint 1 member to the ICANN nominating committee, so the committee in charge of appointing people to various positions within the ICANN. And we meet 1 a month virtually, and normally we have an in-person meeting during the first ICANN meeting of the year. We have photo just to show you who are the people so comprised of this meeting. And we have Nicole here, who is a representative from the APNIC as well. This year, a lot of work we have to do. We have conducted the election for seat 10 of the ICANN board. We always monitor and support global policy development process. So the idea is to see what is happening during the policy discussion, and there will be presentation about this policy discussion afterwards to see if potentially there could be a global policy. And of course, we conduct the ICP2 review process. The C10 election, so I am happy to say that we have re-elected Christian Kaufmann to the C10 of the ICANN board. His new term will start in October 2025 during the general meeting ICANN, the last meeting of the year, and will conclude 3 years after. And you can find the detail of the selection process via this link. NRO-NC transparency. Transparency for us is very important. Our annual face-to-face meetings where we meet is open to observers. The next one, so I say it's open, but there will be discussion, I have to say, and have to be transparent on how it will stand. For some internal work we have to do, there will be closed session and open session as well, but it's very dedicated, and we'll try always to have open session during this session. The mailing list are open with archive, and our ISOAC monthly conference are open as well, except the very short closed session at the end. And I will talk very briefly about the context of the ICP2 review before giving the floor to Constance. ICP is an internet coordination policy. There are currently 3 ICP. So the ICP we are dealing with is the ICP2, who lists the criteria for the recognition of the regional internet registry. You have example here of criteria that are listed in this document, and there is a link to the document which was adopted in 2001. A bit of history. In 1992, the RIPE NCC was established. After, in 1993, it was the APNIC. In 1997, the ARIN was established, and then the ICANN. And then there was this document to list criteria to recognize new regional internet registry, and this document served to create first the LACNIC in 2002 and the AFRINIC in 2005. Why revisit the ICP2 now? Because I said it was in 2001. We are in 2025 now. The ICP2 is nearly 25 years old. Of course, the internet had changed, and the relationship between the regional internet registry and the ICANN and between each other have changed as well. And it needs to be more explicit, this document. So, as I said, it's used only for the recognition of regional internet registry. And the idea is to use this document and the criteria to conduct audit, for example, for the ongoing life of a regional internet registry, and in extreme case, to have the possibility to recognize, to de-recognize, a region. The ICP2 review project, it was, the task was requested by the NRO EC, the group of the CEO of the different regions. We have 2 tasks. The first one is the ICP2 implementation procedures. So to advise the NRO EC on his draft procedure for validating and addressing ongoing regional internet registry with ICP2 in the implementation for the ongoing and deregistration. It's difficult to pronounce this word. And after, it's a task so we are dealing with, and the one, so you have the possibility to give your input currently, is to transfer the ICP2 and to consolidate the criteria, because one more time, the word has changed since 2001. There is a timeline. I will not comment all that, but recently, on 40th of April, the ASO published the draft, which is called now, but the name can change, Regional Internet Registry Governance Document, and the community consultation was launched in parallel with the ICANN consultation. And the public consultation will close very soon, the 27th of May, so it's very important for us to present this document and to give also to have your outputs during this week also. And there is a summary on where we are. So we are on the public comment on the draft. And with that, I will give the floor to Constance.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Before I start, I see Sandra in the first row. This part of the principal drafting was we did it together, and Sandra, before Sandra stepped back and to serve in the board, and I will thank you for your commitment and your work. Thank you, Sandra. So what did we do? The ASOAC drafted proposed principles that would form the basis of updating ICP2. We started on the old ICP2 document. The principles were shared with the RIR and the ICANN, and we got feedback in the end of the last year. ICANN public comments, we got 14 responses. And the RIR questionnaire, in this, on this feedback, we got around about 300 responses. We analyzed and this feedback, and we we pushed up a summary report of the ARIA questionnaire, and this was published in February 2025. You see all the backgrounds, the papers, and the reports under this QR code. For instance, what we did, you can see here some summaries about our methodology. We have analyzed some responses received by region, and we have a lot of analysis in this document. You can see the summary in this big report. For instance, I can go through authority. We got many inputs to each principle, and these inputs are really relevant. So we had, for instance, this comment, this is a need of a balance of authority between the NOEC and ICANN. It's very important to have this input. Or multi-stakeholder involved of the ARIA community is indispensable. So this we take over, and we took this feedback, and we clustered the comments in a table, and we looked at every comment, and we looked at every line and every column. You can trust me, this was a lot of work. We took this over in clusters, we reviewed and categorized it, and we asked us, did the comment pertain to the principle itself, the phrasing, or the principle for the future implementation of the principle? Or the comments were clustered around the main issues. They addressed the role of the ICANN plays, concerns about the process, the need of rehabilitation and area prior, and so on. And these concerns were summarized and added to our new document, the RAR governance document. The NONC discussed the concerns raised depending on the feedback, and we discussed a lot. And you can imagine we have 12 people and 12 cultures in the NONC, and the discussion is very hot. But it's focused on the topic. So I'm really proud to be in this group. Next slide. How we used community feedback in the draft. We clarified the role of the community. We addressed procedural concerns. We aligned requirements with common privacy and corporate governance, or elaborated where necessary to address the question about principles. So now I hand over to Andre, and he is introducing you the actual document.
Thank you, Constance, and good morning, everyone. So indeed, I'll very quickly introduce the area governance document. This is not at all a replacement from reading this document. Moreover, I hope I will incentivize you to actually go ahead and read this document. I hope the URL is here, the QR code is here. It's very important that you read this. The title, as Hervé said, is it's provisional, it's a working title. But and you see it doesn't it's not called ICP anymore of any number because ICP series was sort of discontinued. There is no specific process that under which those series are produced. And also in the governance document, we try to highlight and sort of distinguish this document from the policy document or address policy or even global area policy, because that's indeed a governance document that governs operation of the area system as a whole and its components. Again, the document has a slightly different structure from the ICP2. You will see this. It also has a different structure from the principles that were sort of consultation we conducted on before. This is not a next version of the principles. You will see reflection of all the principles with added feedback that you provided in this document. But basically, and it has significant changes from the ICP2. That's very important to highlight. The changes, they fall into 4 main areas, and I will go quickly through them. So ICP2 really talked about how an area could be created, because that was the sort of task of the day. There were two areas sort of expected to emerge, and we needed a process and criteria under which those areas can be adopted or recognized. Now, it talks a little bit about how the area operates. And of course, there was an implication that the principles or the criteria that is used to recognize an area will be used for their operation, but it's not explicit. So this document makes it more explicit what are the requirements when the area operates and what sort of commitments they need to do and maintain. But also in any governance document, when you talk about organization, you need to talk about all the phases of this organization, from the creation, operation, and then winding down, right? So derecognition is another phase that is outlined here. Under what condition an area can be derecognized and maybe replaced. We made some of the requirements about the governance structure more explicit. And again, the document is very high level, and we tried not also to sort of impose something on what should be decided by regional community, what should be decided by the local governance process or the area governance process. So it's really high level. And I think what also at the above we saw the comments, I think the focus of the document should, and we hope it still is, on ensuring on the system as a whole, ensuring that interoperability between the areas that constitute the system. So things like member control governance, things like corporate governance and best practices, and very important that we also highlighted that the governance mechanism should be robust, should be resistant from capture when one group or with affiliates or one organization can get undue control over the area. As I mentioned, we made operation requirements when the area operates more explicit, such as audit obligations, so we can sort of monitor performance of an area continuously and get early warnings, known when it's too late. Transparency, well, nothing new. I think we all operate in transparency, but we felt it's very important to highlight as a principle. And a very important continuity planning. Now, continuity planning was also reflected in the, reflected the feedback that we got about the privacy requirements. For instance, we are not prescribing that data should be shared among the areas, but there should be procedures, there should be facilities in place that allow continuity, business continuity, when something bad happens to an area that the system is not really affected. And finally, we clarify some of the roles. The document high level, but in some cases we felt that some of the processes need to be clarified better, especially in those phases when an area is going to be recognized, a new area, or an existing area is going to be decommissioned or de-recognized. What are the roles? Who makes decision? What is the role of the areas? What is the role of ICANN? And what kind of high-level procedures should be employed? Now, also very important to highlight when we say area, we're not meaning the managing director or president. We mean the governance structure of this area, how decisions are made under this particular governance structure. That might be executive board, there might be sort of voting by the community, general meeting, we don't know, but we didn't specify that. So by area, it's not just one person, it's really the organization and the decision-making process that is adopted in this organization. So yes, with the publication of the document the 14th, we opened the consultation period. It will last till 27th of May, so there is still time to read this document and comment on this. Guidance for feedback, well, that's normal. That's how we sort of operate a mailing list in a civilized way. Please be constructive. The more constructive you are, the more to the point you are, the easier for us to accept feedback. Be specific to what particular article of the document you comment on. Some people said that the document is very dry. It doesn't have this kind of narrative thing. But I think at this stage, we take this feedback on board, but at this stage, we try to make it as clear as possible, so you can see more clearly what is missing and maybe what is not correct from your point of view. Follow discussion. If you go to this webpage, you will see all the sort of how consultation processes are happening in all regions. We don't have one single mailing list for this discussion across all 5 RIRs, but we all regions have their own mailing lists, serving their own community. Doesn't prevent you to subscribe to all of the mailing list, and doesn't prevent you to provide feedback in different communities as you see fit, or follow the discussions. Now, in our community, that's the way we invite you to participate. Please subscribe to the mailing list. On Thursday, you'll see us on stage. You'll see a lot of us this RIPE meeting. So we will report on the both and discussions that happen there. So please come listen. And there is also ICANN process, right? So that's a 6th consultation process that again is aligned with RIPE and area consultation process. So again, you're invited to participate there as well. And yes, once again, 27th of May, keep in mind, it's the deadline. And that's it. Thank you.
Hello? Yeah. Does anyone have a question? We have a question.
So first of all, speaking as a former colleague, thank you for all the hard work. I know how much effort goes into something like this. Oh, I'm sorry, who am I? Yes, good question. Good question. Hi, I'm Sander Stefan, speaking as an ex-NRO NC member. Also speaking in that capacity, I really encourage the community to speak up on this. Like, with silence, they cannot do their work. So please give feedback, positive, negative, but let your voice be heard. And then speaking in personal capacity, but a little bit as a board member, once this document is done, the leadership of the RARs will have to implement it. And when giving feedback, please don't assume like, oh, they'll implement it this way. Like, if you want something done in a certain way, make sure it's in the document, because if it's too broad, we don't have the guidance to do it, and we can't read your mind. So think about what you expect from implementations, and make sure that everything that is necessary is actually in the document, because, well, like I said, I'm speaking in a personal capacity here, but I would love some guidance.
Interesting standard. Thank you very much. Just to add something, I don't know if we said that, so we are present at the meet and greet place between 12:30 and 2 every day, if you have any question regarding ICP2 as well.
There is one online question. Maximilian Emich, no affiliation. Are NAR in scope for this? So, National Internet Registries.
Not at the moment.
NIRs.
NIRs. No.
It's also written in the answer question. FAQs.
Microphone.
It's also written in the FAQs.
Okay, thank you.
I see Randy.
Go ahead, Randy.
Randy Bush, IIJ Research and Arcus. This is a boring, administrative, tedious document and process. I know we all would love to ignore it, but it is the foundation for what we're going to live with for the next 2 decades. Do pay attention. Do help them get it right. It is critical.
Thank you.
I can give it back to the audience. Please take this in your mind. You are the community, and we are thankful for your engagement, for your experience, and for your issues. Thank you.
Not to weaken the point that Randy made, but this document actually has the process on periodic review and amendment. So hopefully not 2 decades. Maybe if system changes faster than in 2 decades, we can change things.
Well, seeing no more people at the microphones, thank you very much. Angela.
So good morning, everyone. I know you're all thrilled and excited to go on with fascinating subjects. So I'm here to give you an update about the policy development in our region since RIPE 89, what happened in other regions. And at the end, I really also would like to have some feedback from you about the review of the policy documentation. And I will tell you a little bit more later. So in our region, since RIPE 89, we didn't have any implementation, no new policies were implemented, but we are now dealing with 3 policy proposals. So we have 2 in the PDP. The first one in the PDP is 2024-02, IPv6 initial allocation /28. And Jordi and Rins will tell us about their new version 3, that was published yesterday, and is in review phase for 4 weeks. And I stress it all the time, remember that only the comments in review phase are considered for consensus. So if you said something during discussion phase, if you said something when the whole idea was proposed, repeat it during the review phase. Then we have a new policy proposal in discussion phase. ASN assignments criteria are being revisited. Actually, Urban and Tobias will explain to you which are the new criteria that they want to implement. And this is in discussion phase until the 4th of June. And then we have this policy proposal regarding a review of the requirement for PI assignments, the usage, and so on, that Tobias will explain more about later in the second session. So to give you an idea, again, for who is new to the PDP, the timeline for the policy development process is articulated in multiple phases. First, the idea is suggested, then if it starts the PDP, goes into discussion phase to see if there is enough support to go ahead with a final version that can define a new policy draft. Then the RIPE NCC makes the impact analysis, so you have an extra element to evaluate for the review. And then there is last call. During last call, if you make no comments, a last call happens only if there is consensus declared by the working group chairs. If there are no comments in last call, this means that consensus, rough consensus, is confirmed. So you see now the 2 policies in the PDP, in which phase they are. Participate, they are your policies, so help the proposers to have a version that satisfies the most of you. There are no perfect policies. Policies are meant to improve things or to fill gaps. Please keep in mind that a perfect policy does not exist. So what happened instead in other regions? We have in Africa already a situation that is still awaiting for the reconstitution of the board. So there is a policy proposal that is waiting for implementation already for a while, and 3 policy proposals that are waiting for the ratification once the board is reconstituted. They are a bit old or let's see what is going to happen. Then in APNIC, for who has resources there, is important to know that 2 policy proposals were implemented, so they are already applied, and one is the resizing of the IPv4 IXP assignments, very similar to what was implemented some time ago in RIPE NCC. Now IXPs are receiving by default /26 up to /22, and to let's say give more longevity to the pool for these resources. And then they reserved also a pool of resources for temporary assignments. If I'm not wrong, should be a /21 in IPv4, a /29 in IPv6, and 8 ASN. So if in the APNIC region you need to organize an event or you need temporary resources at the discretion of APNIC, this can be granted to you. Then ARIN, I see here we have John Curran, so I hope I say everything correctly. I must say ARIN has a very active advisory council, and they are reviewing their manual very thoroughly. So what did they implement lately? A change of the language to comply with the deprecation of assignments. Let's say now is all our allocations. So the manual needed a refreshed language. Then for multiple discrete networks, there is a new clarification of how you can, let's say, give different resources to different networks as a single holder, let's say. And the third one is specifying which data, which personal information must be recorded in WHOIS. And the last one is removing some outdated language. What is under discussion now? What I love of ARIN are these very short titles of the proposals. So I try to do my best, but I think the most important one is that there is one that is proposing to reduce the allocation to /24. And probably also the other one is the possibility to give small assignments for the transition to IPv6 to, how can I say, to sub-assign a part of that assignment that is giving specifically for the transition to IPv6. At the moment, it's not possible, but is seen as efficient to do it. And I'm talking about 2024-11. The rest is more administrative. Registration service agreement is saying that if you have already service agreement, you might, that is not older than 2 years, you might avoid to sign a new one. But I think the last one can be interesting for who has resources there. This allows, let's say, to have a out-of-region usage of your resources when you have a smaller amount, how can I say, when you have only /24 in region with ARIN. So if you're already, now you need to have at least an announcement or anyway a network that holds a /22 in ARIN to be allowed to have a out-of-region usage of your resources issued by ARIN. And this is reduced to /24 to give the possibility also to who has less space to benefit from the possibility. LACNIC, they implemented the possibility for operators of critical infrastructure from outside of the region to receive resources. And how can I say, the publication of a log of the usage of resources for critical infrastructure. So all the micro allocation that are done, IXP allocation and so on, now they are published in a log, just to prevent, let's say, misuse and of this pool. They have under discussion the implementation of temporary transfers, the distribution of resources to natural persons, and the, how can you say, the requirement for legacy holders to receive services from LACNIC. So I suggest you to read these proposals, also because they relate pretty good to our region policies. The usual slide with all the links where you can find your information. And here, now you have to wake up and listen to me, and I want all your feedback, please. Ta-da. So we hear very often that our documentation of the policies is a bit complicated to navigate, because we have multiple documents. They are ordered in, let's say, by date of update. It is not easy to recognize which is the policy that actually applies to your request, to the request that you want to submit, and so on. So I made this beautiful unreadable slide so that you can have an idea of how many documents we have regarding policies. We have 16 regional policies and 6 global policies. Global policies are the policies that are regarding the distribution of resources from ICANN to from IANA, sorry, to the RARs, and the same text has to be approved in all RARs. So let's say that these are not happening very often, and I would not like to touch them. But I gave different colors because if you look at the right regional policies per topic, you see that we have some topics that have multiple documents. So IPv6 has 3 documents, independent resource holders have 2 documents, and the resource transfers have 2 documents. So my question to you is, would you like to have a consolidation of this to start a review of our documents, consolidating these documents into one, so that we end up having one policy for IPv4, one policy for IPv6, one for transfers, and one for resource holders of PIs and ISN. In my opinion, it would be a bit easier to find your information. In the past, it's not my brilliant idea. If you look in the archives of the address working group policy, address policy working group, you see in April 2021, Kurt Kaiser sent an email exactly about this, this document of IPv6, signaling the fact that we have different documents and proposing also a way to review it. You might say that my response is not one of the fastest because after 4 years, but it always stayed in the back of my mind. And I think also this started a bit the discussion on reviewing the policy for IPv6, for allocations, and for assignments. That was a sort of the spark that started everything. So my question to you is if you would like to consolidate them in a single policy document. So this, for example, is what could happen. Take the 3 documents, make a new document, you know, and then how? Because one question for me is, do you think it would be enough only to take the policy text, the abstract, and the introduction for each topic, and then just have a reference to the rationale, to the attribution, the acknowledgement with a footnote, because you have to imagine that each policy has its own paragraphs at the moment, and they would not apply to the new document in total. So we could just refer to that for each paragraph. And another question is, the IPv6 document and many other policy documents contain definitions, contain goals. Should we work on a definition and goals document that is valid as a reference for all the policies, and just eventually update that one and always refer to that document? So to understand a bit which is the method that you would prefer to apply, I'm hoping that you don't mind that following up on this presentation, I'm going to send a questionnaire, actually an email. Please reply just to the email with some questions to know which would be your preferred option. Because of course, I don't want to override the group and the community saying, okay, I'm gonna grab my colleagues, we do it together, and then that's what you have to accept. Also because, believe me, it's not gonna be a easy task. So before setting up a group and finding the resources, the time, and so on, I really want to know if we are doing the right thing. So my options, the options that I thought is, would you like to set up a sort of a task force to redact a document and have it eventually approved? Or would you like actually to have a normal policy proposal for the review of the document from somebody of the working group or anybody in the RIPE community? Or would you like to have RIPE NCC to propose a new document to work on the review and then ask for eventually consensus on the new document? And option 4 is also, do you have any other idea? Is there something else that you would like? Are you happy how things are now? Because, for example, I've heard also somebody that said, I would like instead to have a compendium or a summary or a little booklet with the policy. But then my thought was, then what is going to be authoritative, the summary or the policy? But you know, I really would like to know what you would prefer in this sense. So I'm going to send an email. I really hope you find the time to, of course, have a look at the policy so you have more ideas about what the work is going to be, and let me know what you prefer to do. And if you have questions or comments, I think we have a couple of minutes.
Jordi.
Jordi Palet. Very quick on this. I will be very much in favor of doing this a rearrangement of the policies. I have the feeling that because it's just editorial work and we are not changing the policies, it should be fine, at least for me. I hope for the rest of the community, if the NCC can do the work and we can provide inputs. I am not sure if that fits in the current PDP. If not, I am happy either to take the work myself together with other people. I proposed this already in other regions, like in LACNIC, to do a complete review of all the policy manual, which is a totally different topic. But I am also in favor of task force. So either way, preference, probably let the NCC to do, because it's editorial work. I'm sorry because we are giving you extra work, but I think it's doable. Thank you.
Jordi.
Tobias, Max Planck Institute for Informatics, speaking for myself. I do think that whatever we do will be, I think it's professionally called a fucking shit show, because ultimately
these policies have grown over time. And even if you just consolidate like in an editorial way, as the NCC, they're like always these little like nooks, and you're like thinking if you read the policy like, hey, I can just simplify that little thing, all of a sudden you have a policy implication. I think that is the big challenge of making this change, because from like a managerial perspective, it makes sense that this is done as an editorial aggregation by the NCC. But even unintentionally, there's a risk of thereby introducing changes in the meaning of policy, which is difficult and like as I said, unintentional. And at the same time, I am personally not necessarily convinced that there would be sufficient engagement in this working group to support that process and support you in the revision of this document to spot all these things. So I'm not saying that I have a solution, but I do admire that problem, and I'm really thankful for you to take that flag up.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Marco Paesani, and speaking by myself. I have seen that new allocation for IPv6 will be /28.
Well,
But just one. I want only to ask if the oldest allocation /32 up to 29 can be updated up to /28.
So if you read the policy proposal, there is a option in the, but I should leave it to Jordi and to Rins to explain. So the initial allocation, the larger size of the standard initial allocation is extended to 28, and then this version of the policy, but they're looking for feedback, is allowing each organization, each member of the RIPE NCC to extend one of the existing allocation that they have to /28. So assuming you received a 29, that one could be extended to 28.
Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Claire Wade, AWS, speaking for myself. Thank you, Angela, for putting this together. I think some of the options that you've proposed can actually be applied to different purposes. For instance, when it comes to consolidating policy into a single manual, perhaps a task force is a good way to approach it, as you mentioned in option 1. But I do think it'd be great if the Registry Services team would also be involved in policy development, because you are closer to this than probably anybody else in the community.
If I may, my approach would be very gradual, because we were thinking, there are different outputs that you can get from such procedure. So my first approach would be really just to consolidate the content of the existing policies into one document without making any change, without touching the content at all. So once we have everything, in one document, then we can eventually work into a manual, but that I see it as a sort of a later stage, and how can I say, there might be in each document something that is obsoleted, something that is outdated, and then are going to be corrections again in the editorial matter, but not in the content. This as a first phase, but I really would like to know what people would prefer to do.
I think a task force could be a step in the right direction as long as it also included NCC staff. Probably a diverse group from the community, so it's not, too focused on one direction. But yeah, appreciate it.
Thanks.
Hans-Peter?
Hans-Peter Holen, CEO of the RIPE NCC, a former member of a task force to revise and consolidate the IPv4 policies some 25 years ago or something like that. You guys in the room, your community, you have to live with these policies. I would really encourage you to think that be a member of a task force and be part of this, please step forward and volunteer your time for that. Of course, the RIPE NCC will provide secretariat support, like Angela or other people from the registration services. We will help on this, but it's so great to have somebody outside that actually have to live with these policies to discuss this with along the way. So even with the task force, we can do a lot of the heavy lifting, but we really need you in order to start building the consensus and understanding process early and not just at the end of this process. So while I really appreciate that Angela is giving you all these options, I really urge you here in the room to please volunteer for a task force on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any online questions? In that case, Angela, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Marco will now give the update on registration services.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Marco Schmidt. I'm the manager of registration services, and in this regular segment of the Address Policy Working Group, I want to share with you the latest observations over the last couple of months that were done by my team and myself. I want to talk with you today about 4 different topics. The first 2 topics, ASN and IPv6, will be mostly a quick update. Then I would like to get your feedback on the topic of legacy, in particular legacy without contract. And I want to close on the topic of policy interpretation. It will even add a little bit to, from a different angle, what Angela just presented. But first, let's talk about the development of AS numbers, because many of you for sure know that last year at RIPE 88, a new charging scheme was accepted, and for the first time ever, an annual fee of 50 euros was introduced for every ASN that a member holds or sponsors. And back then there were also some concerns. There might be a tsunami of ASNs that will be returned, or network engineers and small businesses might be impacted. And as now 12 months have passed, I think it's a good moment to look what actually happened. So you see here a graph with the amount of ASNs that have been issued over time, over the last couple of years. That's the green line. And another line, the orange line, how many ASNs have been returned. And you can see there's also this dotted vertical line for the moment that the charging scheme was accepted 12 months ago. And there is an impact. So you can see the amount of ASNs issues has dropped slightly. So 2,000 ASNs over the last 12 months, which is like 15% less than the average of over the last 5 years. And about returns, there's something more significant. So 2,500 ASNs have been returned in the last 12 months, which is like 1,000 more than the average over the last 5 years. So yes, there is an impact, but I also would say there was nothing dramatic happen. Diving a little bit more into it, so those ASNs that have been returned, there were actually all of them were unused, and most of them came from end users, and even many of those end users that didn't have any other resources, so around 500 of them, which also at the end, once this AS number was unused and deregistered, we also could remove in our internal records this end user record. Additionally, more than 1,000 ASNs changed their sponsoring LAR. So basically, during the review of a member or even by the end user themselves, they say, oh, the current relation with our sponsoring LAR, this end user, that's not working anymore, but the ASN is still needed. So we find another sponsoring LAR that will provide this contractual link to the RIPE NCC, which also all in all basically improved the quality of the registry, the accuracy, and also responsible resource management. And of course, all those requests to change sponsorship, to do the deregistration, they had quite an impact on the workload in my team, but it was for good cause, I would say. And I do expect that now every year we will have a similar cycle, because now our members are more aware for looking before the next invoice is issued, do we need all these resources? Do we still have contact with our sponsored end users? And even a couple of members just noticed when they got their invoice, oh, why do we have to pay for this ASN? And then they say, well, actually I don't need it, but now I paid for it, so I will keep it till the end of the year and then give it back. And that's fine. And we actually, together with our colleagues from the software engineering, we are right now working on a request form that will make it more easier in the next time, next round to request such change of sponsorship. Now, moving on to IPv6 allocations, also there, 1 year ago at RIPE 88, in this working group, we discussed and agreed that when somebody wants to make an IPv6 allocation transfer, that the policy requirements should be prioritized, meaning that the receiving party really must have a need for this additional IPv6 address space, which, by the way, also applies for LAR consolidation, so of the same member with multiple LAR accounts, because the allocations are provided per LAR. And here again, I included a graph. The green line are the amount of IPv6 allocations being transferred, and the orange one that has been returned. And you also there with the dotted line indicated the change in June last year was implemented, and you see a clear drop of allocations, but still allocations are being transferred because sometimes V6 is deployed and so on. And so 450 allocations still have been transferred within the last 12 months. And 500 allocations have been returned because they were really not needed, and that is slightly above the 5-year average. So here I also would conclude that the new approach has the intended effect to really don't block transfers of allocations that are really in use and needed, but also as a good moment to make members aware that also IPv6, even if it seems endless, should be used responsibly, also should be used in line with the policies, because sometimes we get some signs that for a single customer that even doesn't have a running business, yes, a complete /32 was being assigned, which is not policy aligned. And it did cause some frustration by a few members because they could not demonstrate that need, but overall this change has been accepted, and I think it's a good example of a cooperation between this working group and the RIPE NCC. So thank you for that. Now I would like to talk to you about legacy and legacy without contract. And to the ones of you that might not know what is legacy, what is IPv4 legacy, that's basically address space, address ranges that were issued long time ago before the RIPE NCC and the current area system even existed. So IANA and other early registries provided those resources to organizations, and this is outside of the current policy framework. That's important to keep in mind. And actually 2014, a bit more than 10 years ago, a policy was did reach consensus at the RIPE NCC Services Working Group that defined what services the RIPE NCC would provide to these legacy resource holders, and also what kind of contractual relationship they can establish with the RIPE NCC. And in summary, they can have a regular membership with us. They can have sign a special contract directly with us for legacy resource holders. They also can, like for independent resources, decide to make an agreement with a member and they sponsor it with us, and they can decide to don't have any relationship. And especially for the last point, it's important to keep in mind that because of the special nature of legacy resource, we have limited authority over those resources. And now, as the implementation of this policy is 10 years ago, I thought it's a good moment to look what actually is the current status and what happened. And I think before going into the details, we can already conclude the policy is working, it's a success. But also to quote my colleague Angela, there is never a perfect policy. So while in a little while we'll talk about something that can be improved, I think I want to also stress really it is a successful and working policy. Because if you look at the pie chart on the left-hand side, this shows of the current legacy address space that is registered with the RIPE registry. Around 75% are under a contractual relation. So it means of really counting IPs, In total, we have 185 million IPs with the status legacy registered in our registry, and 135 of them are under contract. Now, looking at the graph on the right-hand side, this line chart, it tells a bit, at the first moment, a different story. So you can see the green lines are under contract, either directly or indirectly. It is growing, and it is growing also mostly, or one of the good factors is RPKI, because you need to have a contract directly or indirectly with the NCC to do RPKI. But you also see that actually still more than the half of the ranges with the status legacy are not under contract. And that might at the first moment look a bit confusing, why 75% of the IPs are under contract, but more than a half of the ranges not. But it's because mostly smaller ranges, /24s, are still, we don't have any relationship with those resource holders. And diving a bit more deeper into this 25% of the whole space, so this roughly 2,400 ranges, when we took responsibility for them, we got some information from Ayana, from SurfNet, from Aaron, when doing the R6 project, what kind of organization name they had in their records. And this around a bit more than 1,500 different organizations. And many of them have never engaged with us. So in the pie chart, you can see when we as a VIPE NCC did an update through those ranges, and more than 3/4 basically updates are 10 years ago, actually never really had an update from us. Also, interestingly, these resources are being in use mostly. So about half of the ranges are being routed. And usually the bigger ranges, so actually 80% of these 50 million IPs are happily being in use. So, but it also shows something. They are used, but we don't have much information about them. And also sometimes resource holders decide actively against the contractual relationship with us, and that's possible. The policy allows it. So these are in this pie chart, the green and yellow slices that are very tiny, but there's some update and they decide, the new resource holder decide to stay out of contractual relationship. And while we in our internal records, we have some admittedly very old information about who these addresses were provided to some time ago. In the VIPE database, it's a different topic. So if I take an example range. This is the legacy range, /24, without contract. You cannot really find out who is the rightful resource holder there. You can probably check at the admin C to get the contact information and so on, but all other INetNum objects in the VIPE database, they have an organization link to it. That applies for allocations, for PI assignments, and also for legacy with a contract or being sponsored, but not for these ones without contract. And sometimes we are indeed being contacted even by somebody, so I think this is my resource, but it's not really clear there. And that's the current status. And this indicates already one of the challenges that I think is there with legacy without relationship. There's a lot of challenges to the data accuracy, which is one of our main goals, because the information that are in the VIPE database, they are often outdated, not working, or unclear. Also, our registry records that we have internally, they can be 20+ years old, and for sure things have changed. And we also experienced an increasing pressure from different sides. Hey, there are ranges in your database, who is the holder of those ones? And by the way, not only, let's say, from law enforcement, even less from there, but sometimes indeed, legacy resource holders contact us directly and say, hey, is this my range or not? Then something that my team especially experience is a huge operational impact, because if such ranges are to be updated, somebody wants to give it formally to another organization, we often have to go through 20 years of company development history. And all of you that are working in a company that is a bit elder, you know there are name changes, mergers, splits, liquidation, legal successors, and so on. And we need to trace from the data that we have in our records until to somebody who claims that now need to have a clear line of holdership changes. And often that's a struggle. There are often also, or sometimes even disputes, because maybe there was a company split one time along the road, and it was not really clearly defined which of the 2 or 3 new companies got this range. And I know from my colleagues in the software engineering department, these special rules for legacy without contract has a huge impact on implementing any software updates, because it's just a delaying process, and engineer time is needed, extra engineer time is needed to do that. Of course, this special non-contract status also is being used. It can have an advantage for certain people. And before going into that, I think still the majority of those resource holders, legacy without contract, they are just using happily these ranges in their network that they deployed 20 years ago. But we also see some trends, for example, a lot of address space that is coming via an inter-IR transfer from ARIN is usually legacy. And sometimes the receiving party decides to don't enter any contractual relationship, and that's fine. And just a bit later, then after a little while, then they said, oh, now actually I want to transfer to somebody else. And that's correct to our policies. Although when the sources came to our region, they provided a plan, and then the plan is changing sometimes rather rapidly. Another risk, of course, and that is really an abuse, if somebody happened to know the maintainer password of such a range that I just showed you, they can then, get control over it and maybe hand it over to, rent it to some other parties that are not knowing that they might not be with the rightful resource holder. And we don't have much insight in that. That's my last slide. So while I said that we don't really have a clear mandate, actually the current policy provides some mandate for us, because it's clearly stated there that we should strive for accuracy, and also for the part of non-relationship, that we can update the records to reflect the reality. And we are currently looking a bit further into what might be a possible solution into this situation. And actually my question to you will be, do you agree or disagree that there is a problem? Do you maybe have some suggestion what could be a solution? Or is there even something needed on the policy side? And that brings me to my last short section. It's the policy interpretation. And as a summary about the policy development over the last decade or so, there is a trend, a good trend, to make policies more general, more simplifying it. Example is we don't have much need evaluation for IPv4 anymore, because there is not much IPv4. The transfer policies of all the different resource types, they have been combined in one policy, make it clear, not many details, not many exceptions, let's say. And this approach is working, actually. It offers a flexibility for some corner cases, but it always requires also a careful interpretation. And sometimes we as a Vibe NCC feel, okay, we need some guidance because we want to be sure that our interpretation is in line with what the community, what this working group thinks. And I named here 2 examples, the IPv6 allocation transfers, I just talked about it earlier. And also there's about transfer statistics. I asked this at RIPE 89. The policy gives some requirements what must be published in the transfer statistics. And we are currently following your guidance, even working on providing more information in these transfer statistics. And I think this cooperation, this collaboration is helping to get the right balance between flexible, having a good framework, a good guidance by the policy, but not try to cover every corner case in policy text. And the point that I try to make is that sometimes it still, of course, happens that somebody in the community or a member is disagreeing with Vibe NCC's policy interpretation. And then a very quick instinct is, you know what, let's add something to the policy. Let's add this specific case to a policy proposal. And the result is often a very lengthy process. There is discussions if policies should be more specific. Is the interpretation idea from a proposer, is it the right one? And it can be quite frustrating for the proposer, for the mailing list discussion, and also for the RIPE NCC, especially for Angela, if she has to create yet another impact analysis on something complicated. So I think and want to suggest here that it might be often more effective if there's a different understanding how a policy should be read, how it should be understood. And Tobias also just mentioned it, it can happen very easily to look first if a PDP, a formal policy proposal, is the right approach, or maybe should be in alignment with the RIPE NCC, a clarification call be made. And if you are in such situation, I just want to suggest whenever you have such a doubt or such disagreement, send an email to pdo@ripe.net and Angela will be happy to assist you. That was my last slide. I'm happy to take any questions and comments.
Thank you very much. I understand you've been having discussions with members this week to clarify implementation. Is that correct?
Can you repeat again?
You've been having discussions with members this week to clarify implementation questions. So this is something that you actively do already.
Yes.
It's not a new thing.
That's correct. That's an ongoing process, but I also wanted to make it very specific here. Yes.
Excellent. Okay, we have, for people at the microphones, we also have the opportunity for people to ask questions on Meet Echo. We will interleave between people who are here in the room and people on Meet Echo if you want to ask questions on Meet Echo. Do you want to go ahead?
Sure. Clara Wade, AWS, speaking for myself and really as a member of the Charging Scheme Task Force. Marco, thank you so much for this. One of the issues that we surfaced during the meetings was in terms of legacy non-contractual relationships. We learned that, as you mentioned, they are very labor intensive in the event of legacy transfers where none of the parties have a contractual relationship with the NCC. And it ultimately requires half of a full-time employee's time.
Yes,
which is, yeah, not an ideal situation, and why we recommended charging for this. But aside from that, there were a number of issues that were outside of scope for the task force and that we thought this would be the venue to discuss. But part of the problem here is, one of them is, for instance, the right to hold legacy resources was meant for those that received that allocation originally. Currently, that can be transferred to the recipient. And should that be a right that a recipient must have? And I think perhaps that's a gap in the policy that we need to address.
Yeah, I mean, what I can say to that indeed the right region is the only region that knows the term of legacy resource, and the legacy resource can be passed on. Indeed, in all the other 4 regions, there's the concept of the legacy resource holder, which is the one that received it historically, and indeed. So,
yeah, and to add to that, this is something that's currently being portrayed as a business opportunity because it has less operational cost. And the case that you mentioned where they are directly making updates to the database without going through the registry, which is not where we want to be. So yeah, just bringing that to the room. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Carlos, Portuguese NRN, security guy, also a member of the Charging Scheme Task Force. But my question is more related to the legacy space as a whole. So the active policy has more than 10 years. On your personal experience as a registration manager, do you think there are some tweaks that are needed? We need to revisit the policy, this specific policy, or let's focus on other stuff?
Yeah. I mean, there are several options, and I think at this moment I mostly wanted to bring the current situation to the awareness of the community, of this working group. The current policy gives already some guidance, and we are looking into it. It needs a bit more analysis, but yeah, I mean, as a community, there's always the option for you, if there's a feeling the policy needs an adjustment, to do a policy proposal. So I don't really have a clear personal opinion yet, and it's just in this moment informative for you to look if there's something that should be done, in which way or ever.
Thank you.
Jordi Palet. Regarding legacy, as I think is Claire mentioned, I don't think the right of legacy holders should be transferred. In other regions, when they transfer, they need to sign a contract or they lose the legacy. I think we should consider the same here. That's one point. The second point is, I am not sure if legacy holders should get any service without paying something for it. I really think this is a cost for the membership and also for the community, so it should be covered somehow. And finally, something that has been done in APNIC, and I am working also on that in LACNIC, is checking if the legacy holders space is being announced, is really being used. I understood, if I am not wrong, that about 80% is being announced from your presentation. So there is still 20% that maybe some holders don't know that they have it, or they don't exist anymore and it has not been transferred. So that's an opportunity for abuse. So what it has been done in APNIC is contacting them or trying to contact them. And if there is no contact or they don't sign a special contract or a regular contract, recover it and return it to the available space for the membership. I think we should do the same. And I don't know if you are going to start somehow a discussion in the list, or we should probably take some of these points. I think it will be important.
Thank you, Jordi. I just want to make clear, because you're right, I think in Erin, in LACNIC, and also already in APNIC, there are some initiatives, but there's nothing right now planned here. This is really the first raising the awareness. And I personally think it's good that the current policy gives the option for us to provide some services also to people without a contractual relationship, because this helps the accuracy. But indeed, I try to highlight the downfalls that are.
Randy Bush, Arcus and IIJ Research. I am a legacy holder, recovering or not recovering. What is our goal? Our goal is an accurate registry. We also have to be fiscally responsible. We'd like to get legacy registered and accurate, but to do so, we have to, or we don't have to, but I suggest we make the barriers as reasonable as possible and not do like APNIC and Aaron have, right? We don't gain anything by, for example, making transfer of legacy remove its legaciness, especially if the legaciness really has no attributes other than a tag, right? So I think lowering the barriers to become members or to buy services, et cetera, so that our data are accurate and so that we have contact and so that the network works operationally. And all address space, by the way, does not have to be in the global routing table. That's just one measure, right? People using behind walls. So enough, I've talked enough. Thanks, Marco, by the way, for the analysis. It's really good.
Thank you, Randy.
So Tobias Fiebig, Max Planck Institute for Informatics. I might be 1 or 2 years younger than Randy, but I'm currently also using a sub-allocation of legacy space. And I have to say I'm loving it, mostly because I am a big friend of putting everything in the registry which documents my network to let people know, like, this is IP addresses I use for transfer, I like transfer networks, this is servers, this is my client thingies and Wi-Fi, and like really be detailed in what I can document. And legacy lets me do that. Right? Legacy lets me be very specific in what is happening with that network. I also do have PI, and there's also, it's used in another one of my ASNs, there's also transfer networks in there. I cannot say like this 100, like this /28 from 192 to whatever is being used for transfer addresses. And I can also not say like this is a link to the following AS, which might be really interesting information in the database. So if I there compare legacy with PI, for example, it is a significant reduction in service you can get and utility you can get, and also in accuracy of registry you can provide as a holder. And I would encourage to think about that also in the context of the database working group if we're thinking about taking away legacy. Because if from that very specific prefix I'm using there, legacy would be taken away, the accuracy of the database would significantly drop. It would basically just be a /22 instead of a very detailed and specifically documented prefix where people can learn from the database what is used for what.
Thank you, Tobias. And also just to be clear, so at least I'm not thinking to take away legacy. There's a very good reason that it's there and it's used, but I indeed wanted to point out the challenges around accuracy.
Hans-Peter Holen, RIPE NCC CEO. This problem has many dimensions. I just heard, a feature dimension I hadn't thought about in the RIPE database, that you can do something with legacy that you can't do with PI and so on. Why? Then that can easily be fixed by adding more features to the RIPE database. It has nothing to do with legacy or not per se. We had things mentioned from the charging scheme task force. How should they pay? Should they pay? And how would they possibly pay without the contract? What I'm curious to understand is that if you're a so-called legacy holder, whatever that means, one definition is that you received the space from IANA directly before the RIR system, or you received the space from Internic before the RIPE NCC was set up. Then how do you guarantee uniqueness today? What the RIPE NCC offers is a registration in a database under a contract. So it's a right to registration. So if you don't have a contract with one of the RIRs, how do you ensure that that space isn't registered to somebody else, right? And that's what the value proposition of having some kind of contract is. And then, of course, it's the funding side of that. Are you willing to chip in to keep this system running? Right? And you can say that I'm biased because, I need your money and I would like some order in my database. But I think those are kind of, to me, important elements that should be thought about for the future. And having address space in the database that don't link to an org object, that doesn't sound right to the computer scientist in me that is still there with several layers down. Maybe there should be an org object there that says the identity of this organization has not been identified. In 1978, they said they were X, right? That's the fact that we know. But since then, we've not been able to determine who they are. Maybe that should be out there open and transparently, because that's what we know about it. And then for somebody to come with an email from John Postel from 1978 or whenever, and saying that, okay, I have the rights to that today, and there haven't been 17 mergers and acquisitions and name changes in between. That's a hell of a job to verify today that you have, you should be the ones that have the right to register that in the database. This is what we're talking about. Marco said we had a successful 10-year of legacy policy. No, we've kind of failed to clean up this space in 10 years. It's a quarter left. How do we clean up the rest? And I'm not talking about taking it away from anybody. I'm talking about getting an accurate registry of who has the registered right to use it today. Thank you.
Hans-Peter, you were the last person to speak before the coffee break. We do have an open mic session scheduled at the end of the next session after the coffee break. So if you weren't heard right now, that doesn't mean that you won't be heard today. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Coffee, and be back in half an hour. Thank you.
Hello. Please, everyone, we are reconvening for the second session. Please find your seats. Have all the lovely conversations you want to have during the lunch break. Welcome back to the second session of the day of address policy. Our first speaker today is going to be Tobias, and he will talk about his IPv6 PI proposal. Tobias.
Moin. Can't believe that it's been getting close to half a decade now that we are talking about the IPv6 PI policy. Well, at least over 2 years a bit, so close to 5, which is half a decade. We had a plan. The plan was pretty simple. Make addressing simple, so we need nibble boundaries. And there are some limitations in what we can do with PI in terms of assigning it to things, especially around things. We want to have more than a single 48, which is kind of included in the nibble boundary thing within one assignment. And we do not want to introduce new bugs. This is roughly how it's going. So the policy is amazing because it's like this little wheel of tiny, tiny threads intertwined into each other. And as soon as you start pulling in one, you get a whole bunch of spaghetti on your fork. Important, do not try to solve policy or spaghetti with spoons. Use forks. This is another illustration coming from academia, which kind of illustrates a problem with the process around 2024-1. So at the top, you have the initial idea, and at the bottom, you have the result after feedback. I think we all recognize the pattern. So why did we end up there? So if we want to introduce a nibble boundary, we all of a sudden have legacy. We have to wonder about maximum size because I heard Aaron has recently been assigning a /16. Do we want to assign a /16 PI? Probably not. There's funny use cases like any cast. There's a lot of corner cases which you can come up with. There's, well, this limitation to 48 in terms of size, but have you heard of 64 PI assignments? They do exist for XP lands. You cannot route them on the internet, but that's kind of a feature, isn't it? There are things we kind of want to prevent, like using PI for ISP use. There's stuff we have to account for. There's the intermixing of end site and PA and PI, which are somewhat different. And if we kind of start touching one of these things, all the other stuff comes running along. And in addition, you might have guessed it, so this is a picture from a bike shed in the Netherlands, and the Dutch are generally known to be the best bike shed creators in the world. One of the largest one is in Utrecht. It might be second only to the policy process in RIPE. Coming into the nasty details. So, nibble boundary. I think we all remember Gerd phrasing his very extensive criticism of this proposal on the microphone with the words too much text, which he later clarified as it actually being too much text. And a good thing you could do is you could split things out, right? You could split out the assignment rules and the nibble boundary thing. Well, it actually makes a cleaner proposal to split the two. But if we would first focus on getting more than a 48 assigned, we would inadvertently, if we would later want to go to nibble boundary, in the meantime create new legacy space, like things that are not assigned on nibble boundary, which we then later have to deal with. We also, I said legacy, and keep in mind, if I say legacy, I'm not talking about like IPv4 legacy, I'm talking about things that are assigned in a way that might not be really compatible with the new version of the policy. It is like non-nibble boundary prefixes, and if we would want to have this aggregation idea, which was also in the draft, How do we deal with prefixes people already have if they then would get like a nibble boundary aligned assignment which covers all their needs? What do we do with the prefixes they already have? We want to prevent hoarding, which I think is not that big of a problem in PI, but we also have to think about transfers. If we say like, hey, we are assignments at nibble boundaries, we do not invalidate the transfer policy. And the transfer policy means that somebody could be like, hey, I have this nibble boundary assignment of a 44. I now want to transfer the 7th /48 from it to somebody else. What do we do with that then? It's a mess. There's the thing about the maximum size. Currently, it's relatively easy. So we only have a somewhat ambiguous definition of smallest and 64s for IXs, so only one corner case. But we would want to make like some form of restriction. How do we define a restriction? What is a reasonable maximum size for a PI prefix? Whatever we put in there, it adds complexity. There's special use cases. So you might want to have a prefix which is non-overlapping with other prefixes you are using, and you might have a valid operational reason for that. And this boils down to, if you look long enough, you find enough valid use cases for this. Then we have the routing reasons. So what the proposal in its current form did is it said, well, if you have an end site, you get a 48 for that end site, or basically you get a 48 counter. And if you have like 15, you can get a /44. If you have 17, you get a /40, and so on. By the way, I forgot to ask this in the beginning. Could I please see a show of hands who has read this proposal? Who has read it? I'm positively surprised. If we say like each end site can get a 48, what about an entity that has like a lot of routers everywhere and wants to do SRv6, and all of a sudden says like, well, every cabinet we have on every street corner is an end site. That they do have a lot of end sites, and they might actually run into like getting a /16. If we then do restrictions there, it might prevent other use cases which we do not want to prevent, which we would prevent in the pursuit of preventing ISP use cases. Think about it. An ISP use case is basically having a CPE, so a device usually belonging to the ISP actually these days, at a location. So it's kind of an end site. So we do in some lingo that prevents that. And all of a sudden, no longer possible is a use case where you have like a thermostat company, like energy operator, that is using VPNs to control all the meters they put into users' locations. Because like, what is a meter? Like a smart meter is a Linux device which does VPN and internet stuffy, and they wanted to address it with their PI, and all of a sudden that is no longer policy compliant. So while we're at it, we could. This also adds complexity. PPAPO, yeah, we have PI and we have PA, and they are both sharing an end site definition. And our whole idea around what is assigned, what is not assigned, and what is sub-assigned is kind of interwoven with the idea of end sites, which is joined for PI and PA, and it turns out PI and PA are very much different. So I hardly see any ISP that is happily letting its end users getting even 48 route that on their own. Nevertheless, the same definition of end site applies. Whatever we do there, it will be a mess. My idea for the current version of the proposal was splitting the two. So having a definition of end site for PA and having a definition of end site for PI. But generalizing things means making things the same that necessarily are not. We are currently at the one extreme, which makes both things the same. Even if we split this further up, we run into all these use case issues I discussed before. So that very briefly gets me towards the end of this conversation, well, of this presentation. What I would like to do with you now, I would like to gather some perspectives on these issues, what you think should be done, should not be done. I initially wanted to ask for a co-author, but I actually found somebody, and Clara was willing to get into this fun endeavor of not too much complexity. And do you see anything that should be skipped, changed, adjusted to make those things a little bit more compliant with what we want, and make those red lines a little bit more swirly and a little bit more blue? Thoughts?
Thank you, Tobias. So let's jump to questions. I would remind you that this is a hybrid session, so you can participate via Meetecho and or here on site. I would also remind you that the code of conduct applies in this session. Please keep that in mind when going to the microphones.
Thank you, Tobias, for the proposal.
Who are you?
Give me a second. It's Hervé on Route 128. We are doing a lot of consulting in the area of IPv6 with also governments and business. And we always say, go with the nibble boundaries. And I think we should go with your proposal and do it also on a bigger scale. And I think it will do for us explaining how to build address plans much easier if it's top-down nibble.
One question to follow up. Did you
Yeah,
read
sure.
the full proposal?
Yes.
Okay. Don't you think it's too complex?
No, I think it's okay. So, thank you.
Thanks. Excuse me. Blake Willis speaking for about 5 LIRs that I manage. Thanks for putting this together. Totally agree that like bike shedding is a thing. You need to be careful about that. I personally really like the idea of the nibble boundary, and also the fact that if you, I use 12-bit boundaries a lot, and 28 is that when you count down from 64. So that's really helpful. The one other thing I would say is that in general, when I design IPv6 address plans, the idea is really to try to throw out IPv4 thinking and go for, all right, I want to be one and done with this. Like the idea is to touch this stuff as little as possible once you provision it. And I think if that's maybe a general guideline to keep in mind when trying to avoid bike shedding, it's like, how can we avoid having to tweak this later, or how can we avoid an LIR having to tweak this later, right? Thanks.
I mean that's also part of the idea behind this like nibble boundary extension, that if you get like a 44, for example, the 40 should be reserved. So if you grow, you get like the rest of the 40, and then you just extend your addressing plan instead of having to fully renumber.
For sure. The one other thing I would add is that a really important goal for me is not necessarily avoiding the allocation of large blocks to sites. It's avoiding leaking those blocks out to the internet, but you have so little control over that once you've assigned the addresses that what are you going to do, right? Thanks.
Anyone else? I don't think we have somebody online. Do we have something in the chat?
So we have the same engagement as on the mailing list. Thanks to the two speakers, and please read it and give feedback.
Thank you. Now we continue with Jordi, who will talk to us about IPv6 initial allocations.
Okay. We worked in this version about 3 weeks ago, I think, but because the process in the PDP, it was only uploaded or published yesterday, unfortunately. Anyway, thank you very much to Angela, because she did an incredible effort to have this in time, and all the team. So this is version 3 of this proposal. We have tried together with our colleague Rins, tried to capture the discussion in the previous 2 versions in the list, and also in the previous RIPE NCC meeting. Summary of the proposal. You know, we have been discussing about the changes in the IPv6 allocation policy for a couple of years at least, probably already more than that. There were some meetings where we discussed different aspects of the changes. Basically, the idea was to make IPv6 easy to get, encourage IPv6 rollout. We also discussed that aggregation is important, and conservation is still relevant, of course. So there are a couple of links here if you want to see those discussions and the summaries that the chairs did on those discussions. From the NCC team, we got also some stats, which were part of the basis for drafting our proposal as well. Basically, the idea is that there are many allocations that are smaller than /29, and approximately, in summary, about 91% of them could be extended to /28. The main discussion here, I should say, it has been why we need /28. Well, probably there are many ISPs that with /32, they have enough. But there are some medium-sized ISPs which don't have enough with /32 or 29, and they have strong difficulties to justify the need for a bigger allocation. Okay, so that's the basic problem here. Some of them are somehow bypassing the problem by creating different LIRs. Okay, so that's part of the problem. So what we are trying to do is, again, simplifying the allocation for the majority of the ISPs, typically, as I just said, medium-sized ISPs. Now, in the slides, I have used two colors. The black text is no changes. The blue is what we proposed in version 1 and version 2, and the green is the small difference between version 2 and version 3. So basically, in the previous version, we were saying that you can get either /32 or /28. And part of the discussion was, why not something in the middle? So we changed that. So the idea is you can get anything between /32 and /28. Okay, so this is very simple change. Now, what happens with existing address space holders? In the previous discussion, there was also the problem of if we allow every LIR to extend all the locations they have. Okay, so if you have an organization or a member that have 5 LIRs, they could extend the 5 of them. Okay. And there is some of these members which have multiple LIRs, they did that because they had this problem. They have difficulties to justify a bigger allocation. But we know there are others that they do this because they are stockpiling and probably then doing transfers. So part of the previous discussion was, do we want to facilitate the people that is just getting addresses for doing business and getting money and then doing transfers to get more and more space? So we perceived that the community didn't like that idea, and one of the proposed solutions was, let's allow a single upgrade to /28 per organization or per member. In our feeling, I think we initially were talking about organization, but it was said, well, we don't have the organization in our text, so we need to use member. Okay, so that's the reason we use it member. I want to state this because it's part of the discussion probably later. So this is what we are proposing. If you have multiple LIRs, you will be able only to extend one of those allocations that you originally got as a single allocation from the NCC. That's the text. Arguments supporting the proposal. Well, it's a regular update of the policy. Policies are not something that we never change. We want to adapt them to the reality, that's clear. We are trying somehow to reduce the overhead for the justification. This is good for both the NCC and the members. We provide some additional flexibility to get more space without the need for that justification that for many is not easy because the policy don't simplify the life to those that need more addresses. Extensions only for the originally issued allocation. So if you got a /29 and you split that in multiple transfers, we want to avoid that each of those could be extended as well. Yeah, I said that already. Only one extension per member to avoid the potential adverse effects in the case of stockpilers. And yeah, we mentioned already that basically about 91% of the members could, of the allocations could be extended, not including the stockpilers, okay? Arguments opposing the proposal. Well, somebody mentioned in the list that is perceived as counterproductive for the conservation efforts. Actually, for each new /29 allocation by the NCC, they already reserve a /26. So this is not changing the overall space which is being reserved or blocked by the NCC. So this is somehow not really so big problem. LIRs still can opt, if they don't need /28, to choose /32, 30, 31, 29, whatever. Okay, so it's not mandatory that you really ask for /28 if you don't need that. Then by extending the initial allocation, LIRs gain the ability to split and transfer, and our counter argument is precisely that we are only allowing one. Okay, so we are trying to fight that in that direct, with that restriction. And finally, we have the make a very, very quick summary of the impact analysis. Impact of policy on registration and addressing system. Well, more addresses in routing table, change of routing table grow, but also there are options for aggregation, and instead of announcing 2 /29s, you can perfectly announce 1 /28 if you get that. Okay, so that has the negative and the positive side as well. Impact of policy on RIPE NCC operation and services. We may expect a peak, a short-term peak in request from upgraded or extending from /29 to /28. I think then the impact analysis mentioned something like 15,000 tickets. I don't really think everybody will extend that, and the demonstration of that is that many of the existing allocations of /32 have not been upgraded to something else. So it should be the same here, right? We cannot expect everyone asking for the upgrade to /28. It's true that there may be some confusion because members could expect that all their LIRs could be extended. So there could be some rejection of tickets because only one per member. But in the end, there will be less workload for both the NCC and also the members. So it's an advantage because they can get, most of them, they can get the allocation they need instead of fighting with the documentation for asking for more. So I think it's a balance. Yes, there may be some extra tickets at the beginning or split across multiple years, but I don't really expect that to be a real problem, and it's really compensated with the effort for evaluation of bigger allocation requests. And finally, RIPE NCC Executive Board input, there is this discussion about using the term member instead of LIR. And if we recall correctly, In the previous version of this policy, we were not using LIR. It was only possible to get allocation per organization, which in this sense, it's the same as per member, right? So I understand the concerns from the executive board, but we are going back to what we had before somehow. We are still allowing each LIR of a single member to get allocations, but at the same time, we are saying we want to put some restrictions on that. And okay, it was not my last slide, it's this one actually. Just to mention that this policy proposal comes from a broader idea to take on the considerations that I mentioned at the beginning we have been discussing during several years. Okay, so this is just the first step to what we are trying to do. But it was recommended by the chairs that we split the proposal in smaller parts to facilitate the discussion. So that's the global idea. The main point is probably going to a scheme where we allocate basically in the neighbor boundaries, and we replace the HD ratio by a table corresponding with different sizes of ISPs with different nibbles for the location. And with that, I think I am done. You want to? Yeah.
Thank you. So let's start off.
You go first.
Okay. Do we have anything in the chat? Let's see if we want. We do. So let's start with that for a change. You don't have a working microphone.
Andrei Chaletka from the RIPE NCC is asking, what is your opinion on charging members for more than a /8 than for longer prefixes? I know that this is the RIPE NCC GM matter, but I wonder what do you as an author of this proposal think?
Can you repeat the question from here? It's not easy to understand. Or you want it?
Yeah, I think I can.
Okay, so what is your opinion on charging members for more /28 than for more for a /28 than for longer prefixes? I know this is the RIPE NCC GM matter, but I wonder what you as the author of the proposal think.
I think that to promote IPv6 deployment, we don't want that people with larger than 28 get charged more. So that's I think the essence of this proposal too.
Yeah, and I should add the discussion on charging is irrelevant to this working group somehow, right? In different registries, they do the charging in different ways. RIPE is unique on that is not related, the charging scheme is not related to the size of the location. So it's a different discussion.
Okay. Left microphone, Dimitri?
Oh yeah, thanks, yeah, am I right? Dimitro, speaking for UA Master and also for myself. Well, I'm glad we are going to simplify the DNS delegations too, you know. That 29 was a bit painful. We are 32 holder. Now, quick question. I understand all of the motivation. I'm all for it. Because you say here organizations, I guess you should say members, just a nitpick. So I guess what I want to say that when you say first, because we're going back to member versus LAR account, maybe we should explicitly explain what happens when a member has multiple accounts. Potentially some of them were transferred, and these accounts, even though transferred later, may have the early allocations. I know that's a nitpicking, but because they can have multiple accounts and only one of them would be eligible, as I understand of the language of the proposal, maybe that should be this phrase, the earliest, maybe just say the single one of, does it really matter which one they upgrade? I don't think so.
Yeah, I think that's...
If they have multiple accounts, they can upgrade first, second, third, whatever.
Yes, I think if I understood you correctly, that's what we are proposing. We are proposing that only one of the accounts can be extended.
Yeah, but the language like earliest, I think. That's what I mean. I think that is not necessary. like the earliest allocation. I think that is not necessary qualifier, just a single one. Okay, that's a little thing. Okay, bye. Thank you.
Other microphone?
Eric Balano. Thank you. Interland Internet Exchange. Most of our XPs are using /32. So having more than /29, I think is not just for stockpilers, but also for LIRs who have a lot of ISP clients.
What's your question actually?
No, it's just a comment.
Okay.
So /29 is just not for stockpilers. Could be also for people that need more than a /29, really need.
Yeah, what we are saying is actually that there are ISPs that need more than a /29. So that's the reason to do the policy. What we want to avoid is stockpilers to take advantage of that and have much more than they should get.
Okay, thank you very much.
Tobias, Max Planck Institute for Informatics, speaking for myself. I do think we have the same problem because technically your proposal is a 1-character change, like making an 8 from a 9. And now we have like all this really nice lingo about members, LIRs, and it's getting more and more and more and more text. And I think somewhat like same as mine, this proposal has already, even though it has less text, run into the wrong direction there. And we should think about how we can make that more simple. So one thought that came to my mind was like an LIR may hold up to a /28 without further justification. That would be an approach that would actually harm me because I have a 29 and a 32, meaning I could not extend that 29 to a 28 without returning the 32. But it would most likely simplify this whole discussion about stockpiling, etc. Then, of course, we then have the nibble boundary stuff, etc., 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 which is also an interdependency of the proposal. But the current pathway with trying to explicitly account for like what all the nasty people are doing might just be a rabbit hole to leap.
Yeah, I think exactly the discussion about the word LAR member, it's important. Like with this LAR, switching from LAR to member, we try to fix the whole stockpiling thing. And I doubt it's a big issue because Marco Schmidt presented about it, and it's a pretty small group, but it's up to you. Do you want to fix that issue? Then we switch to member. But if we switch to member, the NCC states, hey, you open a box of Pandora that, yeah, member is more the legal entity and the LAR is more the operational. So I think this is the most essential question we have to you. Thank you for the comment.
Hi, hello, Piotr Strzelewski speaking for myself. I actually make a photo of the transcript, and I will like, not this one, from a couple of minutes back, and I would like to quote you your words, and this was, we are still allowing each LIR or a single member to get allocation, but at the same time we are saying that we want to put some restrictions on that. So I think that you are mixing LIR and a member, first of all. Because the policy is about the member, so it's, in my opinion, completely not true that we are still allowing each LIR of a single member. No. Basically, you want to, that's my understanding, you want to restrict that to a member, not to LIR. This is a different story. So either please clarify this, or I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
As I mentioned before, in the previous version of the policy, we were using organization, which will match which member in the sense of the documents of right. Okay, so we are not doing something so strange. We are just going back to for a restriction using the terminology that we were using before. Now, if the community believes that we should forget about the stockpiling problem because it's being sorted out in a different way, we are happy to change again the wording and use LIR and problem solved. So that's, I don't feel this is a strong problem to keep going on if we need to just remove member and keep LIR, right?
I think that there's a misunderstanding, but we can discuss that later. No, I'm first of all personally very against stockpiling, but this is a personal thing. But yeah, do you recall when the word organization was used? Like how many years ago?
Oof. 2008, and it was probably my fault moving to LIR because I am the proposer of that change.
2018, Angela just said.
Yeah, and then since 2015, there was this problem of multiple LIRs because of the run out of IPv4. So probably the word organization was used just by mistake, and we shouldn't repeat mistakes from the past. So taking this as an argument, I wouldn't follow that path. Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Hello, Mike Booth, independent. I just wanted to draw that there is a case where a member can have multiple LIRs. These could be different companies, different ISPs, if it's an MSP maintaining them. And they never know when one company or LIR account is going to be sold off. That's why they'd want to keep them separate and operate them independently. So they'd want to have the opportunity to grow and shrink multiple LIR allocations at the same time. Also at a recent Cisco live event, there was a lot of pressure for smaller enterprises to go directly to RIPE and get a /29, when I think it would be better that they're encouraged, these smaller companies are encouraged to go and get sponsored resources. And I think maybe we should also educate people on that a bit more.
Blake Willis again. Thanks again, some comments. First one, I think in terms of stockpiler prevention, right? The things that I'm worried about are not necessarily everybody being able to get a 28. It's certain other RARs allocating like a /16 to a financial entity. And there are more than 65,000 entities in the world that are larger than that entity. And therefore, maybe that's bad policy, that sort of thing. I'm worried about the really big blocks. The second thing was, I'm really tired. It feels like maybe one of the reasons, whenever I create an LIR for a client, I pretty much automatically hit the please make this a /29 button, right? I feel like if there's just a little bit more friction in there that says, okay, you want a 28, just tell us why, right? Well, the policy is the RIPE NCC will still evaluate it, but because I've asked for a 29 to become a 28 before, and they said, well, your reason's not good enough, right? So the point is create a bit of friction there and not just have the automatic, like, please make this a 28 button and everyone will click it, and suddenly all the 29s will turn into 28s. If there's a bit of friction there, then that will like drag out that process. I feel like in the IPv4, fair run out with the /24 per LIR that we had a decade ago, the idea that once you ask for your last /24, you couldn't transfer it for 2 years. I feel like that was a really good way to prevent people just like creating LIRs and immediately selling the 24. And I think that's a really good policy to apply here, especially for anything bigger than a 28. I think it's really important to draw the distinction between, hey, I need a 28 because it's a nice Nebel boundary and it's a 12-bit boundary that I use and so forth. And hey, can I have a /16 today? There's a really big difference between that, right? So, thanks.
Thanks, good inputs.
So Tobias Fiebig, Max Planck Institute for Informatics, but speaking for myself once more, I would caution against any form of friction, because if we just install a little bit of friction, for example, such a text field, it means the RA actually has to read, understand, and follow up if there are inconsistencies in that text field. And that will quickly end up A, costing our money as members, and B, if you are in a company and you have a valid reason for 28, and the RA does not fully understand what you were saying, like people communicating, it happens all the time, it might delay the process, and this delayed process might also cost these new members real money. So I would be a bit cautionary there.
Thanks. Do we have anything online? Nothing on the chat? Nothing here? Then, thank you.
Thank you very much.
next up is Urban, who discusses his proposal to remove the multi-home requirement from ASN assignments.
Yeah, sure.
There's no space for a laptop.
Hello, everyone. I'll present the new ASN criteria policy proposal by me and Tobias. We've been asked by the community in Prague to look into removing the multi-home requirement for new AS numbers, and we prepared it in cooperation with co-chairs. So in the proposal, the main point is removing the multi-home requirement, but we also acknowledge two things, and that's that, like with 32-bit ASNs, ASNs are no longer a scarce resource, and our policies should reflect that, and also that the current the current requirements in the policy are not actually enforceable in the practice. So if we look into the that was actually it's by RIPE at the RIPE Policy House on ASNs. Basically, half of the allocated ASNs are only multi-home or close by, and the other half is either not visible or single-homed. There have been some points in the past that this information might not necessarily be true, that the actual state is a little bit better, but this is at least according to the NCC. So the NCC believes it's like this, and there's no acting on it. The other motivation was also that if we write a policy, at least for me it was important, it's a policy that will not be just a piece of paper. And with the current unenforceable policy, we have a situation where there's a lot of lying in the applications. This has been confirmed by multiple people to get single-home ASNs. So, okay. So in the current policy, they're basically, if I can shorten it to 3 bullet points, is that ASNs have to follow RFC 1930. That means they have to be multi-homed to qualify for an AS number, and they have to document their routing, a unique routing policy in the RIPE database, and some boilerplate on the lower part. So just before we move onward, this part stays the same in the new policy text. Next. Okay. So the new policy text is a little bit longer. So the first part is the policy is written as LARs and end users may be issued the first autonomous system number upon request without justification. The idea is that if you request, if you need, and you're prepared to pay for the policy, for the fee, that you probably need an ASN. With the current state of the allocated 32-bit ASNs, there is no fear if everybody has 1 or even 10 AS numbers. And for additional ASNs, you need to peer with a third party, and the same as before, write your routing policy in the RIPE database and other documentation provided to RIPE. So essentially, you can for every year you can request for every single home site, you can request an additional ASN, but you have to peer with a third party. So you cannot peer with yourself. You have to have an upstream. That is to prevent chaining of ASNs in a needless way. So there's also like the stick, how to prevent abuse. Yes, you can request, you have 6 months to do so. And enforcement by the NCC, at least for what I talked, they don't want to take down existing networks. It's also very hard to go after people. So basically, when you request the next ASN, the idea is that the registration services would check if your existing ASNs follow the criteria and up-to-date the documentation that you have provided to the NCC. And the second thing is, it says you have 6 months to do so. So if you're rolling out multiple sites, then you need multiple ASNs. First 6 months, you're off the hook, and after 6 months, you have a problem. But there's still this part that RIPE doesn't want to take down your network, so you have something for that. And whoopsie. And also in the past, in the current policy, uses where the AS is not visible in the GRT are not supported, and there's quite a few cases when you have that. So that's also in the new policy, as long as you provide the documentation. How is it used? So we have also considered some edge cases. So what happens if? So the first one is, so what if you have a legal entity or an entity in general with very diverse branches that might want to pair with themselves? So usually you would say, well, usually that would be separate legal entities, but there are some cases when they are not. So so we thought about the case of, let's say you have SpaceX, which is obviously not an ISP, and you have Starlink, which is obviously an ISP. I personally think it's completely reasonable for SpaceX to be like a customer of Starlink, or even be completely separate. In this case, you basically, if I go back to the policy, that's why it says LIRs and end users. So basically, if an organization has multiple LIRs, they can request the first ASNs independently of them. So that's basically some sort of a loophole for needs like that. I think there could also be other divisions in certain big organizations where they would want to run those networks separately. So arguments supporting the proposal, as I said before, with the successful migration to the 32-bit ASNs. They are not a scarce resource anymore. We should use them in a way that helps us. Our policy should reflect that. And currently, so we have 4 billion 32-bit ASNs. IANA has allocated 402,000-ish to the RIRs, which is 0.01%. While the RIRs have only allocated 88,000 ASNs, which is 0.002%. So this pie chart is actually not that useful. So we do have enough of this. And maybe if I go back a little bit, if we have cases where in the past where multiple sites were run under the same ASN number, if we just give every of those sites their own AS number and actually have it clear where it's coming from, then it's not interconnected. That might be helpful, and we have enough numbers to do so. So arguments against the proposal. Would this increase the complexity in the GRT? So we have cases like, I think it's RFC 2270, I think it's the single home customers of ISPs currently under the current RFCs needs to be run under one shared common AS that is requested by the ISP. That's bad because we have different organizations under the same number that have nothing in common. So, but in those cases, we could request an ASN for each of them. But in the GRT, the the prefixes that are going to GRT are still like the same size. So it might not have the same effect as expected. The second, a bit more real problem is that maybe new technologies could be built on easy availability of AS numbers, which could increase the rate of new ASNs. We do have fees now, which could mitigate this to some extent, but really if somebody would want to do it, the fees are not that high. And maybe we don't want to have them much higher than that. So again, to shorten it up, you're entitled to the first ASN in the policy proposals. No questions asked. Multi-home requirement is gone, but you need to peer with a third party. You have to follow the documentation and the purpose that you have provided to the RIPE NCC or updated it, and you have 6 months to do so. That's it. So open questions that remain: what to do after 6 months? That is meant, should there be a higher responsibility for LIRs that are sponsoring a lot of ASNs? And any other feedback that you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking this on. We really appreciate the fact that you stepped up and put in the work. We'd like to invite people to ask questions and make comments, both at the microphones in the room and on Meet Echo. Jordi, I see you there.
Jordi Palet. I support the proposal. I think the text could be much simple. In fact, in October, exactly 28 October 2020, after a Marco presentation about ASNs in the region, I submitted officially a policy proposal doing exactly the same, and I am still waiting for any confirmation from the chairs. Interesting.
And thank you, Jordi. Anyone else? Well, that was easy.
Any other? We do have a speaker. Go ahead.
Well, yes, thank you. Well, AS 2613, just saying I also support the proposal, and yeah, just had to raise, just wanted to come and say, yeah, it's a good thing and it would be useful for us, and I will have a use case really soon, so that's nice.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Metro, yeah, Master LAR. Quick comment. I don't know. We're creating, I would call it the ticket debt. It's like in 6 months, and what? Are we going to create a work item for a research request? I mean, I do support the proposal in principle, but I found this requirement strange.
So for 6 months?
Yeah, I think, okay, let's assume that normal, quote unquote, people still can show these two upstreams. And nobody's really going there and checking their contracts. If you really need one, and I do believe there can be reason for that, they may say this initially, and I just don't see why they're waiting. They were if it was impossible before, they waited for so many years for that. Now this passes, they can be all getting ready and get these things in order. Once the proposal, assuming it's reviewed and implemented and all, they would have more time than that. And then going forward, everybody would be aware of new policy and would come with the preparation. I don't think that waiting period is necessary. And like I said, it creates a ticket debt. It's like a conditional approval. So it counts like semi-legal or what? In my opinion, it's okay to have a single user LAR. Oh, and now we are all single users and now we are paying for that too, right? €75. Right? It kind of feels like if you start paying for the things, you should be allowed to get one if you want to. I don't know. Or maybe you should have a limit of how many of these. Again, that's another thing. I don't want to go this route. But like I said, I don't think that waiting is necessary. I think it just makes people like conditional approved. But otherwise I support, and maybe, yes, maybe the wording can be shortened. I can't really read the text with my eyesight, but yeah. Usually shorter text is better. Thanks for the work, though. And I wonder, was it a COVID lockdown that caused this other proposal to split? Maybe we should bring it back and like merge it into? Feels really bad, right? I mean, the one that was like never followed up. Comment to the comment. Thanks.
Dmitry, thank you. Sorry, I wasn't able to understand everything from here, but I got the gist of it, and I will also watch a recording if I come back to you directly. And thank you for your feedback.
So Tobias Fiebig, Max Planck Institute for Informatics, also a co-author of this draft. What I would like to emphasize is that in my personal opinion, the more responsibility for LIRs, especially for end user assigned ASNs, is something that we should very strictly consider, especially also, and I know that's tangential to this working group's actions, in the context of charging. Because I realized that technically as an LIR, you can outsource your KYC for free to the NCC. Because as soon as you ask for numbers for an end user, they will do KYC for them. And if that fails, well, it failed. If it doesn't fail, well, somebody did KYC for that end user. And you know that as you do the request with that end user's data, that data is probably kind of correct. So I do think that all these things which are currently more in a like ticket and then we check after 6 months sense, especially for end user ASNs, we might be able to put that more on the LIR and have it more in a framework of if during an ARC it turns out that they weren't doing their job, it gets expensive for the LIR. Just as a thing to float in here for the LIRs that have a lot of end users.
Thank you, Tobias. This is a part of the conversation. Oh, we're having this one in public. We could consider to also put something together for an LIR and put in a separate discussion and then maybe combine it with this policy. I know some edge cases, LIRs, that I think they're doing a good thing, but the ASNs that they're sponsoring are not following the policy. Yeah, I wanted to respond. So for it's so also to Dmitro, I collected my thoughts. Is also I think it's so after 6 months is either doing an audit is when you would get checked what's happening, and as I said at the next request, and I would not like to have organizations sitting on a bunch of unused ASNs, even if they're paying for them. But I think after 6 months, if you provide a justification, what I got the feedback from the NCC that they would probably extend it. So yeah. Anyone else? Is any feedback? Any
do we have anything online?
Oh, is there anything online?
No.
No. Okay. Then this is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, in a moment we will start the open mic, but before that we have an announcement from the RIPE NCC. The NOMCOM will hold office hours during the second half of all lunch breaks from 1:15 until 2 o'clock. Come by to room Castanea to speak in person to the committee or arrange for separate meetings with committee members. Also, you can share feedback on ICP2 from 1:30 until 2 o'clock at the meet and greet desk. So thank you very much. We are now opening the microphones for the open mic. I know we cut off the microphones just before the coffee break and there were people in the queue. This is an opportunity to return to the queue and that topic. It's also an opportunity to go and say, hey, I have a problem, and find out if this is something that can be solved with a review of an implementation, or maybe it needs to be a new policy proposal. Jordi.
Jordi Palet, I have a problem. I understand this is a difficult discussion, but it happened to me several times, and I think the community knows that I have been contributing to policy since 2001, actually, not just in this region, but in many others. And if you follow the PDP, there is a clear description of how you submit a policy proposal. And yes, previous discussion in the list is encouraged, but it's not formally required. And I feel strange situations like I mentioned a few minutes ago, that there is a discussion in the meeting about a problem with ASNs. Somebody says, hey, I have an idea. Let's make a formal policy because we discussed it already in the room, and you never get an answer. Okay? If you have formally submitted a policy proposal, you should expect it's published. That's it, nothing else. Now, second problem, and you know that we discussed this in Rome, is if a group of authors get together, prepare an IPv6 overall policy change, and this is not something personal against anyone, okay? Just to make it clear. If a group of authors meet together, draft a policy, the chair said, split it in 2 or 3 policy proposals. Okay, we did that. Then one of the authors decides to step out, but the other 2 authors already submit the 3 policy proposals, and then for some reason the chair said, no, we don't accept it, or they just don't say anything, and they accept the policy proposal that has been submitted by one of the authors that step out from the group. It's strange. I mean, don't make sense. It don't make sense to me that if I submitted a policy proposal, and again, it's not against me, it's against, if anyone submitted a policy proposal in 2020, and he didn't got a response, and then somebody else send a new policy proposal about the same topic 5 years afterwards, there is no discussion on that. Why we decide, why the chairs have the power to decide who is able to send one or other policy proposal, and why if there are different authors working together, the chairs have the power to decide, no, I choose this one instead of the other one. It's the community, it's not the chairs.
So, Jordi, it is the responsibility of the chairs to manage the working group's work. And I think if you want to have a separate discussion with us as a group of co-chairs, we will happily sit down with you. I don't think we should go into what has happened over 5 years right now, especially as there are other people in the queue. But we're happy to sit down and have a chat with you, but it is the responsibility of the co-chairs to manage the work of the working group.
What you told me in Rome, so it's not 5 years ago, is, oh, sorry, we missed that email from the ASN. We will revisit it, and I still don't got an answer.
Dimitri.
Oh, sorry, Major. No, I'm not going to discuss any policy proposal. Just an explanation to what you said. Well, yes, you can see the nom-com. If you want to find nom-com room, imagine you go to the lunch, then you change your mind, you turn exactly opposite, you kind of see the door, and then through that door, which is unmarked, you go to the corridor, you see the kids' room where the balloons. Unfortunately, unless you're a kid, you should not go there. And then next door after that is a nom-com, and I do believe that the other one, oh yeah, no, I think that's it. Yeah, the other one after that should be, I think, stuff from anyway. And well, maybe we should have this date, but it's second half of lunch every day, including today's lunch, and I guess tomorrow's lunch, and the Friday lunch for those who are still here. I'm just nom-com number, and we even have the nom-com written on the badges. Yeah, so that's it. Just a clarification because it's very unclear where the actual nom-com. I was able to find it on my search try only. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Clara Wade, AWS, speaking for myself. I think there's another aspect of right policy that's being exploited right now, and it's the lack of utilization requirements or a needs-based policy. When we did away with this in 2013, I think, the goal was mostly to reduce bureaucracy, and there was a lot of trust put in the community to act in good faith. Unfortunately, we're not in 2013 anymore, and there are some organizations who don't even run a real network, who are getting space transferred and flipping it or monetizing it. And these are not small allocations either. If you look at transfer logs, you can see /16s, 15s, 14s. You can see Marco nodding here. And sometimes these are also legacy IPs where there's no contractual relationship and they're not engaging in best practices like enabling RPKI and keeping that legacy status even after an inter RIR transfer. And so I think we had a similar conversation with the IPv6 issue recently, where there are also instances where there are entities that are enabling other entities who would not be able to meet RIPE's basic compliance requirements. And so perhaps it's time we have the discussion of having needs-based policy again.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Piotr Strzeżewski speaking for myself. I've been thinking in the past, getting back to the Tallinn meeting, RIPE 54, it was an interesting meeting. Hans-Peter Holen stepped down from being IP Address Policy Working Group chair, and Stander actually stepped up as a co-chair next to Gerd. But then, once again, Tallinn, a long time ago, I proposed something to, I step up with the proposal to extend one, back then, /32 allocation to the possibility to have two. And according to the minutes in my memory, actually, Leo Vegoda from ICANN was quarreling with me, or we had a conversation about that, that you wondered why two different businesses used just one LIR. That was interesting, fun, but you know, we ended up years later with someone else proposing to extend the /32 to 29, and we have that right now, and we are even discussing 28. And this is just a comment, maybe, or most likely to Jordi, that maybe somewhere in the past there was no time for a certain proposal, and instead of like thinking about that, it's better to move forward and just cooperate with in the new reality. So yeah, it happens to me and happened to others that proposal was not accepted, and then a couple of years later someone else would basically got the same idea, and it gathered buy-in and it was accepted. So yeah, just move forward and accept the reality. That's it.
Thank you.
Then we should change the PDP to say that. Otherwise, we are not following the PDP. Very simple.
Do we have any comments or questions online? We don't. We don't have anyone at microphones. So I think that means that everyone is exceptionally hungry. So I've got to press the green button. We meet here in person and online twice a year, but we're always online on our mailing list. If this is your first time in the Address Policy Working Group, I encourage you to sign up to the mailing list and follow discussions and participate in discussions. We will hopefully see you all in Bucharest in the autumn. Yeah, we just had the open mic, and that means thank you all very much for participating. Thank you very much for taking our words and turning them into text, Mary, and enjoy your lunch.
feel a duty to community service and to keeping the delicate balance between the NCC board, have been on the boards of a credit union, an ISP, food co-op, etc. I still hack routers and break servers. I have the t-shirts and the coffee cups. But this is no longer our responsibility, and ours can a sense of humor and humility. Thanks for listening.
You are familiar with, because my company, Suhadolnik, hosted the previous RIPE meeting here. And I have been serving you as a member of the executive board for 6 years now, last 3 years in a role of a chair. And I have to thank you for this opportunity. It has been a pleasure to chair such an interesting and diverse group like you. During the period, together we achieved a lot, and I'm really proud of it, proud of you. So this is the third time I'm standing in front of you and asking for your votes.
Not just over Signal. Today it's hyperscalers, CDNs, social media, law enforcement, governments, and serious security concerns. Our social and political environment has changed radically, and for
chair such an interesting and diverse
for the RIPE NCC Executive Board at the forthcoming election. I've been involved with the RIPE community for more than 25
Very cool. I couldn't make it 2 minutes. Don't go on stage, you have 2 seconds. You start with the first word and you're already orange.
Yeah.
It's 2 o'clock sharp now.
Yeah.
Haven't heard the bell go yet. Good. Ooh, wow, that was loud. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome once again to your favorite working group, RIPE NCC Services. If you could come in, take a seat. There's plenty of seats available. I should probably try and figure out how the clicker works here. And maybe I should warm my glasses. Anyway, welcome to the RIPE NCC Services Working Group at RIPE 90. We've got a fairly full agenda to go through today. It's NCC content. I shall point out to the NCC speakers that if you run over, you're only taking time from the colleagues you'll have to bump into in the hallways. And in fact, Hans-Peter, if you overrun, you're only taking time off yourself. So we're going to talk a bit about registry highlights, technology highlights. There's a lot of highlights this time. External engagement, community highlights, and then Hans-Peter's going to wrap up by talking about the strategy. So I should probably start by introducing myself. I'm Rob Evans, the co-chair, along with Stefan and Janos down by here. Start off also by thanking Mary, who's going to be stenography first, and we've got Hans doing the Meet Echo, and I think it's Anthony doing the notes. So thank you in advance for all of those. Slight mistake with the minutes of RIPE 89. Apologies for that. They were sent to us at the end of last year. We did a few comments back, but then promptly forgot to announce them to the mailing list. So apologies for that. I sent a link around this morning. So if you have any comments on the RIPE 89 minutes, just send them to the list in the next couple of weeks before we declare them final. And with that, I shall hand over to Hans-Peter. Thank you.
So thank you, Rob. Do you still have the clicker so I can click? Thank you. So my name is Hans-Peter Holen, and you know me as the Managing Director of the RIPE NCC, but I'm also been acting Chief Registry Officer for the last year. So I'm here to give you an update of what's been happening in the registry. So the registry, as you know, it consists of 3 parts: registration services, member services, and registry monitoring. So the registration services looks after the registry as such, the numbers that we have in that one. Member services deals with members, and maybe the most important or biggest workload there, as we will see later, is handling responses to billings, but also all kind of support questions that we get from you or community members. Registry monitoring goes into the accuracy part, really in investigations, in assisted registry checks and so on. So that's you know, more of a third line compliance for everybody else to some extent. And we look at the budget here. We spent around 5 million euros on this. We've spent you know, 63,000 euros more than the budget. When you take out the technical part of the registry systems like the LIR portal, RPKI, and RIPE database, that used to be part of the registry organization in 2023, but in 2024 we moved everything into technology, but we still kept the reporting with the plan we made for the year. So you will see those details about those in Felipe's presentation later. So looking at our membership, we have roughly 20,000 members, and you see here the difference between members and LIRs. 19,993 active members, down 84. So we've been losing a bit, but we're now up to 20,100 and something. So it goes a bit up and down. Some leave at the end of the year, some join. Looking at the spread per country, the biggest countries for a membership is still Germany, Great Britain, Russia, France, and then Italy. and that's also the top countries for LIRs. Now, when you look at where we grow the most, well, Germany and Britain are still the biggest ones for new members, but then Iran and Turkey kind of come in before France there. So there is some slight more growth in Iran and Turkey. Looking at the numbers, you will also see that while members leave us, we close down members, we close LIRs. We do that for different reasons, right? The vast majority, 1,340 of the 1,500 closures, is initiated by the members. Typically, you want to consolidate your LIRs into just one LIR because the 2-year period after you got addresses from the waiting list has passed, so you want to save some money there. But then we have 196 members that the RIPE NCC took the initiative to close. Now, the biggest group of that, you can see at the bottom circle, 153 of them, is because they didn't pay. Well, if you don't pay, we will eventually close your membership. 5 went bankrupt, unfortunate, but it happens. 29 stopped responding to our requests. And it's not that if you miss an email one day because you're on vacation, that we close you down. It's after extensive, repeated attempts to contact you or find different ways to get in contact with you that we come to that step that we close you down because you do no longer respond to our questions. The worst part here is the 9 untruthful information. Basically, documents or contracts or whatever that we then determine are not truthful, right? Falsified. So not only do we then close you after investigating and discussing that, but we also report this to the police, to be very clear. You know, committing fraud towards the RIPE NCC is not something that you can do without consequences. Looking at the resources, we still have some resources appearing on the waiting list from time to time. I mean, it's been between 18 and 24 months that you have to be on this list to get resources. Biggest countries that got allocations there is Iran, Lithuania, and Germany. On the V6 side, you see that we in total had 1,116, while on the IPv4 side, 773. So we could wish for much more new allocation and growth in the V6 market than we see on the V4 side. ASNs, 2,200, so that's also a steady demand for that. When you look at the right side, you see there isn't really that big difference from last year to this year on this. If you're more interested in this, we have 2 RIPE Labs articles that we have linked in the annual report that you can read on more details here. All of these slides here are from the annual report, so if you want more details about this, please have a look at that and read the details there. Transfers, yeah, that keeps us busy because you may not need your addresses. You find somebody that needs them more and you agree on a transfer, or you do a merger and acquisitions rather than a policy transfer. Lots of reasons for this. And here is some statistics on the inflow and outflow from different countries. And to the right, you can see the difference from transfers between regions. So it's number to, if you want to call it, port your number space from one region to another. You can transfer it, and the biggest inflow you can see here from to the RIPE region is from ARIN, while the biggest outflow is also to ARIN. So it's not a balanced trade, so to speak, but the address is going both ways. Quite some addresses also from APNIC, not so much with LACNIC. And you can see AFRINIC is not here at all because there is no transfer policy approved in the AFRINIC region, and they do not have a board that can endorse such a policy. So that may change in the future. But right now, transfers can happen between APNIC, ARIN, and LACNIC and the RIPE NCC. Registry accountability. So we have a program in place where we do assisted registry checks. We sit down with you, and our aim is to do that at least every 5 years to check that not only your details in the registry are correct, but also that you have updated all the registration data and your delegations and so on in the way it's supposed to be according to policies. We do more than 200 a month on this. It's a lot of manual work, but we've now started to automate some of that. So you may see more automation coming out in that area going forward. One of the things that we also took on as a result of a policy proposal some years back is validating the abuse C roles. And the community decided that all resources should have an abuse C contact, and we have extensive automation in place to validate that. And you can see on the right side here that in 2024, we had more than 83,000 addresses checked, but that resulted in 851 that had to be followed up manually to make sure that we're correct. We also receive various emails. Somebody has abused my computer, my network from this address or that address. So you can report that to us through an abuse form, and we will look into that. Most of the times we tell you that, yeah, but you need to contact these people here or there. We do also quite some abuse C validation investigations into LIR account, LIR resources, and end users. And as you may all remember, we had a heavy lift last year in strengthening security on your LIR accounts. So 10 years ago, we introduced two-factor authentication, but last year we made it mandatory. Now that has, as you will see from some later slides, caused quite a lot of manual work for us to follow up and help you to get that implemented. At the bottom here, you also see some of the information security incidents. We had one major one, 5 unexpected incidents, priority 3, typically phishing emails towards members. So a lot of this stuff keeps us busy. I mentioned the registry checks, and you can see here a bit of the work that this results in. So from the 2,445 ARCs completed, 5,500 corrective actions updating contact information happened. We worked on checking that you're complying with right policies, such as the abuse C policy, proper registration of address blocks, and so on. And we also give you information about other services that we provide that can be of interest to you, such as RIPE-Stat, Atlas, and RIPE NCC Academy. I mentioned workload a couple of times because member services is kind of a first line to a lot of things what's happened. If you don't know who to contact, you will send an email to NCC. That's 21% of their workload. Now, two-factor hit that quite a lot. We had a 20%, almost 19.4% increase in tickets during the whole year. And I'm really proud to say that the team managed to do that without an increase in staff. No, they're not that happy that they had to work 20% more or do 20% more though. But that's kind of the nature of the game of doing customer service. As I already mentioned here, a quarter of this is related to billing. You see a pie chart down here that is labeled chat. Now that's of course many different kind of requests, but if you contact us on chat and it can be solved quickly, then 10%, 11% of the contacts to member services is then actually solved then just through its chat interaction. So that's been very, very useful. Registration services also increased workload, and what we're working on here and across the whole is really to see where can we make our processes more efficient or even automate them. So that's going to be a theme going forward. If you look at the pie chart here, you will see that most of the right side of this pie is related to some kind of transfers, whether it's within region or into regions, M&As, and so on. Now, this is counting tickets, not recording time on the individual ones. So some things like it says mergers and acquisitions, that may be more paperwork than other things, for instance. Accuracy is something that's come up, and Marco had a talk this morning about legacy space, where a quarter of the legacy space we still haven't really determined or entered into a contract, so we don't have a good coverage of 100% of that. Now, looking at what we have in the registry for members, 96.6% of the members we match with the business registries. Now we use a third party for that with worldwide coverage, and they have automatic links to the business registries in countries. So we get updates if there are changes in the business registry. 3.4%, the remaining part, are 687 members that are not matched, and 186 of them are organizations. The rest are private persons that are not in the business registry. So if you take out the private persons, we're at 99.4% that we are matching with the business registry. Another accuracy measurement, and this is just some numbers that we've started following, and we're working on getting good definitions on accuracy, completeness, and so on to have a good drive into improving that. For email addresses, yes, we have done a lot of automation to validate abuse-C, but not the other email addresses. So in the RIPE database, for instance, we see that 96.8% of the email addresses, they seem to work. Well, we don't know if anybody reads the email, but they don't bounce. So the issue here now is dealing with the rest that bounces. We need to fix those. So this monitoring resulted in 2,389 alerts. So this link to the business registries alerted us with, a bit more than 10% of our members on average has some kind of change. 1,430 of those resulted in some update on our side. The 956 we determined are non-essentials. That could be a change in punctuation or a change in transliteration of names from the native script of that country or so on. If you look at the nature of the changes, legal address is more than half of it. Company name, legal name, registration number, or change of status are the types of changes that we did discover in this way. Sanctions is something that has been on our mind for quite some years now. Half of the sanctions investigations are with members or with end users, and a tiny fraction with inter-area transfers. So if somebody transfers resources into a region, we need to do a sanctions checks on both ends of that transaction, which is more work than for members where we already have you registered in and matched to the business register. For end users, we've been working on that matching, but that's not fully automated yet, so that's next on the list. From the 1,785 hits on this automatic sanctions matching, we have ended up with, after investigation, determining that 1,648 are not sanctions and only 13 are. We produce quarterly sanctions reports that gives you statistics on this. We don't publish a list of those that are sanctioned, but you can see here that there is a large number of what you can say false positives. With accuracy, it's also important that we know who is sending updates to us, and especially when it comes to contract, we want to know that you have the legal rights to sign on behalf of the company. So we have used a third-party service, Identify, to check that your ID is correct, but we have not yet checked that it's actually your ID. So we're now starting to use that functionality in Identify. In the first phase, we will do it in certain investigations, but the long-term goal is that you should be able to fully verify that you are you and have a valid ID in the long run. Now, if you don't trust technology, well, maybe you shouldn't use the internet, but you don't trust technology with your ID, you can still go to a notary and provide us a notarized copy of your document. So that will still remain an option. Customer service is important to us. I mean, you're paying our salaries, you're our members, you're our customers, and we use two metrics: Net Promoter Score. Can you recommend the services we provided to your colleagues? And we have an amazing NPS score of more than 80, 88 in registration services, 81 in member services, and 87 for ARCs. The only thing that is a bit lower, but 63 is still really a great score, is billing. Yeah, well, I kind of understand that you don't like us to tell you to pay the bill. And, by accident, that 63 is approximately the same percentage that actually pays the bills on the due date. So one way to, not have us tell you, can you please pay this bill, is to actually pay it, right? That would help us a lot as well, reduce the number of follow-ups we have to do. Customer effort score, how easy was it to use our services to get your problem solved? Amazing scores again, more than 6.7. Lowest one again is billing 6.1, but seriously 6 is a really good score here. Same day response is a number that we've followed over years. The percentage of tickets that we respond in the same day over the whole year has been on 98.9%. So that's really also amazing results. Some of my colleagues in the commercial world saying that 98.9%, that sounds really expensive. 80-20 is what you should aim for. But I think, actually being responsive and responding within the same day, if possible, that is a good goal to have. So we strive to do that. No, the world isn't always this easy because we have a lot of legislation being pushed upon us. That sounds a bit harsh towards the government. I mean, most of this is sensible things. We want to be that our privacy is taken care of. GDPR is something we've lived with for many years. E-privacy, Digital Services Act, EU regulations, regulations that fits into Atlas probes and physical hardware delivery. But there are new things. You've all heard about NIS2. It was supposed to be in place already, but several countries have not put, including the Netherlands, have not put it into force yet, and the EU Commission is now following up on that. Critical Entities Resilience Directive, e-evidence package, and so on, will hit us and will change and put more work upon us. And this leads into the information security and risk and compliance work, which we do for the registry. It's not done by the registry, but we need to secure the registry. We've already put in place an attestation for RPKI, where we have a SOC 2 type 1, which means we have a control system in place that's effective. And we're now working on a type 2, where they're auditing that was effective through a full year. And we're committed to doing that going forward. We're also rolling out 27001 system across the whole organization, bits by bits, and that's going to be an audit beginning of next year. But a lot of work on how we work is done this year. Now, why do we do this? Well, we have determined that DNS services we provide do fall under NIS2, so we have to live up to the requirements in NIS2. And the easiest way to do that is through implementing ISO 27001. That's a control system that will make sure that those requirements are implemented. Now, for the rest of the services, we may or may not be under NIS2. That's up to the Dutch government to make a determination of. They have not yet done that. But we know that you, our members, are under NIS2, and we're in your supply chain. Therefore, we need to provide towards you assurance that our services are reliable. So that's why we are doing this, and this goes together with our risk management system. I have a slide here on details in the SOC control framework and the ISO 27001 that I would love to talk about, but I'm running out of time. Therefore, I will welcome my colleague to stage, Gabor de Wit. He is the new Chief Registry Officer, started 1st of May, so I'm here to present rather than him, because this was about what we did last year. So I'll give him the opportunity to introduce himself, and then if you have any questions to us, please feel free.
Thank you, Hans-Peter. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Gabor de Wit. I'm going to keep it short in favor of having the other, let's say, insightful presentations. But I would like to thank RIPE and also the RIPE NCC for the warm welcome I've received so far. I feel welcome already, so I think that's very useful. I look forward to collaborating with all of you and to make it easy for everyone to recognize me later on. As you can see, I'm still wearing the same t-shirt. So it's easy for me to find me in the hallway later on. So let's open up the floor for questions on the storyline that we've just heard.
So,
welcome.
Do we have any questions? Or in case someone's coming to the microphone, on the slide of transfers from into RIR, as you say, there's a lot coming from AMIN. Is there any measure of, or have you looked at how many of them might be coming from the same entity? For example, Widgets Inc. to Widgets NL. Is that a...
Well, we have a lot of data on that. So, if you have questions, send them to us and we can see what we can get out of the data. So, we're looking at a lot of different things, but, if there is a concrete analysis you would like to see, let's talk about that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Anything? Nothing online? Nothing here? Oh, okay. Who are you?
Thanks. I'm Michele from Black Knight. The stats you gave earlier about terminations, you had 9 that you terminated. You said very diplomatically for untruthful information, but then it kind of sounds more like fraud. Now, how did you find them? Was this that you were doing something else and realized that something didn't sound right, or was it that you were actively auditing members? But how exactly were those identified?
Yes, all of the above.
I suppose the bigger question is really what is the NCC doing in terms of auditing the members? Because you've made kind of very diplomatic, very kind of vague references to very light touch audits. And speaking as a paying member, I would prefer that you were actually taking a kind of slightly stricter view on this, because ultimately the entire model falls apart if the wider world discovers that you have a larger than 0 number of fraudulent members.
Yeah. So typically something happens, and that can be a lot of things. Transfer is an obvious one. If you start to send us copy of company documents that don't look right, and we investigate and check whether they're asked for an authorization and we don't get that, or we get things that are obviously falsified, that's one path towards there. But there can be things that pops up during an arc that doesn't look quite right, and we start to do more detailed investigations. So there is no one single answer to this, and it's also a bit limited to how much of this we will review, because then we will give you a playbook on how to avoid what we haven't seen so far. So it's a delicate balance. I think last year was the first year I started to talk about that we actually are reporting to the police. Now that's something that the board decided 10 years ago or something, and we have statistics on that. But I think it was talked about in Reykjavik, and then there was several pushback from several members saying that, oh, but what if I submit fraudulent documents in just for fun? It's kind of like, we're not in that business, right? This is real world. You should not do that. So I'm trying to create the awareness that we do actually have a team that takes this seriously. How much detail we should provide on that is a bit up to, I don't want to give you a playbook on how to avoid our checks. And every time there is something new that we will look into.
Hans-Peter, I'm not asking you to give a playbook. That's not what this is about. It's more a case of making it clear that the RIPE NCC takes that responsibility very clearly. Nobody's saying, tell us how you're doing it, and so that we can then avoid it. That's not what that's about. It's more a case of making it clear, yes, we do check. Yes, we will check. No, we don't want this kind of thing. I was in Reykjavik. I remember some of those conversations were very strange from my perspective. And those were the NCC comments, obviously. Thanks.
And I see my department manager with that department saying, yes, we take this seriously. So. But then you have a clear direction here, right?
Thanks, Hans-Peter, and welcome, Deborah. And now Felipe with the technology update. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Felipe. I'm the CTO at the RIPE NCC. And today I would like to give a presentation about the highlights from technology in 2024. At the beginning of last year, we had 4 main objectives: ensuring security and compliance and keeping costs within budget were the main ones. But we also worked towards providing a better service for you and also to increase our technical capabilities, which is what the last objective is about. I'd like to start with internet measurements. At the beginning of last year, we had some big challenges with our Atlas backend. It was an expensive and dated solution to store historical data. So I had an old cluster that was taking quite a lot of space in our data centers. That cluster was almost full, and it was also running on very old hardware. So failures are very common, things like hard disks breaking and so on. So something needed to be done with a certain urgency. The controllers, which is a component that sits between the probes and the backend, also needed some urgent modernization. So we came up with a new solution that has three main parts. The first one is to build a smaller cluster using recent data, so a sort of cache, if you will. We built that using a rented bare metal from Hetzner. For the historical data, we decided to go for AWS S3, which is a cheap object storage, and it proved to be quite good, actually. For the controllers, we containerized them, and we deployed to the Kubernetes cluster in AWS as well. So that allowed us to reduce our data center footprint quite significantly. We started last year with a total of 46 racks distributed in 2 data centers. Today, we have around half of that, so it's 26 racks in the 2 data centers. And our goal is to reduce this further towards a total of 12 racks in the 2 data centers. So as for the next steps, we're working towards consolidating our data center presence. So we're moving from M5, if one of our data centers, towards North Sea. And with that move, we can further reduce the footprint, going from 26 down to 22, and also increase the geographical distance between the 2 data centers. Today, they're both located in Amsterdam, so it's quite close to each other. The new one is in Utrecht, so it's a little bit more distant, so I have a bit more resiliency. We're also working towards a financially sustainable solution for storing RIS and RIPE-stat historical data. And our goal here is to have a secure and resilient data center presence for our core services. So for RPKI, RIPE database, DNS, and Registry, but also serve as a good alternative to cloud providers. And we'll have a whole discussion about the cloud later in my presentation today. RIPE-stat and RIS, the highlights are that we planned our approach for the release of a new UI this year. So my colleague Antonella did some extensive user research together with her team. And the results were published in a nice Labs article that I recommend the read. And my colleague Thies wrote a Labs article about the new user interface that we launched in February this year. We have also completed the migration that helped us with the data center reduction. It was mostly moving data sets between 2 different clusters on-prem, and then we could decommission the old cluster. And we have also added 32 new RIS peers. Internet infrastructure, RPKI. Hans-Peter already mentioned about the SOC 2 Type 1 certification that we obtained last year. During the audit, we found no major deviations, which is something good. And just to remind everyone that the main goal here to have this sort of certification is to ensure the trust in our RPKI system. And we do that by making sure to have sufficient controls in place and to be able to demonstrate that to the outside world. So we do that by bringing in an external auditor that basically assesses the effectiveness of those controls and then produces a report that you can request as a member, and I included the link there for our trust.ripe.net website. So this is an overview of what's involved in the SOC 2 controls, so you can have an idea of what this is about. We have controls around availability, confidentiality, security, and process integrity. For availability, we have 9 controls, and they're mostly to ensure things like service uptime, failover readiness, and so on. Around confidentiality, it's mostly to protect sensitive data, and we have 2 controls in place. Security, that's the bulk of our controls. We have 55 of those, and they're meant to safeguard systems from threats. And finally, process integrity, which we have 10 controls, and they're meant to maintain system accuracy, completeness, and reliability. Just to have an idea of what this control framework is about. NRO RPKI program. So this is a program that we're doing together with the 5 RARs. And the main goal of this program is to achieve a consistent and uniformly secure, resilient, and highly available RPKI service provision to the global internet community. In this program, we have 2 main goals this year. This is for 2025, to have improved transparency, robustness, and security of the RPKI system. So this is all about dealing with the 0/0 TA overclaim problem. And we're working towards having an NRO trust anchor. So the goal is to have something that can be shared with the community later this year. The second goal is to have increased consistency of the RPKI system user experience. And one way to achieve that is to have a RAR roadmap for the main features that are going to be delivered by the RARs. Like, for example, when the RIPE NCC is going to deliver ASPA, when Aaron is going to do it, and so on. RIPE database, improving the security of the RIPE database. Our main goal here is to phase out MD5 hashes by the end of this year. Last year, it was mostly about engaging with the community. To try to find the balance between security and easy of use, which sometimes is not something very easy to do. At the beginning of this year, we have provided API keys, and we're currently working to implement OAuth 2, and together they'll serve as alternatives for replacing MD5 hashes. The removal of the hashes themselves, they'll happen only after we deliver the OAuth 2 solution, which is planned to around mid of this year, with exception of inactive accounts, which are accounts that have not been used for more than a year. DNS and K-root, the highlights. My colleague Anand gave a very nice presentation this morning, going a bit more in detail. So if you're interested, I'll refer to his presentation. We have improved the resilience and availability of the service by adding hosted nodes. All nodes have been upgraded to a new operating system. So I got rid of the old CentOS machines. And we have also started the process to retire ns.ripe.net. So that started last year, and it was completed in January this year. Now, we had a very lively discussion in the mailing list last week, which we really appreciate because then we get feedback for our, get guidance from the community on how to proceed. So I'd like to have a discussion now about our cloud strategy. So first of all, I'd like to explain what's the current strategy that we're following. The wording is that we aim to leverage cloud technologies when they bring value to the organization and to our members. And this value is defined in terms of improved focus for development teams, enhanced resiliency, and so on. Like in other words, cloud is a tool, and we use it when it's the right tool for the job. At the same time, we maintain a robust on-prem infrastructure for our core services, so our crown jewels, if you will, for when the cloud does not provide these advantages. And we have published a strategy framework and service criticality definitions that happened a couple of years ago, and we have been using this as guidance for our usage of the cloud. In summary, this framework says that the more critical a service is for the internet, for example, RPKI, the less likely it is that we're going to use the cloud. I made this slide here with our current cloud usage. I'm not including everything, not including software as a service, and not including CDNs. About RIPE Atlas, it was in the beginning of my presentation, so I'm not going to repeat myself. We're using Google BigQuery for research. We're using AWS EKS for the SSO backend. And we're using Google Workspace for our productivity tools, like for email, calendar, Google Slides. These slides, for example, are made on Google Slides. And our meeting software is also running on AWS, on ECS, so that's not a typo. It's also containerized, but it's not Kubernetes. So the question is how we move from here. We have identified this rapidly changing and seemingly unstable international dynamics, and due to that, an increased risk in using a cloud infrastructure. So within that context, our strategy is being revisited. So what we're working concretely on are exit strategies. So that's part of business continuity plans, which are part of our ISO 27001 implementation. And also, we're having discussions about our future usage of the cloud. In the meanwhile, some major deployments to the cloud have been put on hold, but not all of them, because I felt it would be harmful to stop projects that were already ongoing. And our strategy is shifting to rely more on premises and less on big tech providers. Budget versus actuals. So the total budget for technology last year was 12 million euros. So that includes parts that are currently reported under the registry, but Hans-Peter also explained that in his presentation. So LAR Portal, RPKI, and the RIPE database. Actual expenses, they were just shy of 300,000 euros over budget. And the main reason was a delay in downsizing the data center. We have planned to do that until August last year, but it happened only in December, so it took a little bit longer. So that was basically my presentation today. Some key takeaways here. Security and compliance was one of our main focuses, and we have obtained our SOC 2 ISO 8000 Type 1 certification. And here I would like to give credits to my colleague Eleonora and her team, Information Security and Compliance, for doing most of the legwork here. Cost effectiveness, we have implemented a financially sustainable solution for storing RIPE Atlas historical data. And cloud strategy, we're currently reviewing our strategy. That's basically it.
Thank you, Felipe. I believe we've got a question from Mateo.
Yeah, there's a question over here from Schenker, IBM. The question, Felipe, is why is the SOC 2 Type 1 assurance report not published openly? I see there is a process to request it, which might be refused and where I have to explain my interest.
Because it contains some confidential information. And yeah, I see my colleague Eleonora going to the microphone. Do you want to take this one, Eleonora?
Yeah, just not to put you in a tough spot, I can answer. I'm Eleonora, I'm the Chief Information Security Officer of RIPE NCC. The SOC 2 reports in principle are not public documents. They are released by the auditors to the auditee, so that's ourselves. And they can be released under a non-disclosure agreement to interested parties. Interested parties are members that utilize the RPKI service or parties that would like to utilize the RPKI service and would like to understand more about the security and compliance of the service itself. So if you want to see the report, please make a request. This kind of reports contains confidential information. That's why also they are released under NDAs. Thank you.
Thanks, Eleonora.
Randy Bush, IJ and Orcus. You said you're going to pull back towards self-hosting for critical services based on their criticality. I would suggest also for PII, for personal information, is also a factor there, especially considering the cloud services you're using are hosted in dangerous environments.
Thanks, Randy. And yeah, that's pretty much what we're doing today. Like all the registry related information that's confidential is always stored on premises.
Any more online? No one, no. In that case, thank you very much, Felipe.
Thank you.
And now Hisham with the external engagement and community highlights.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Hisham Ibrahim, and I am the Chief Community Officer at the RIPE NCC. And I just want to say I love my job because this is the best part that I get to do, where I talk about the work that we've been doing in the community and highlight some of the activities that my colleagues and I have been busy with doing. And I'm going to try to do justice in less than 20 minutes. So the way that we report on external engagement and community is across 3 lines in the activity plan and budget that I'm sure a lot of you have seen. The first being community building and member engagement. This is basically creating environments for people to come together and engage and talk, not very different from what we have here, but trying to replicate that across a very big and diverse service region, 70-something countries. The second line talks about learning and development activities, so all the training and capacity building that we do. As you can see highlighted here, we do offer in-person training to our members, and then for the broader community, we offer online webinars and e-learning platforms and such. And then the last bit of how this whole thing comes together is the coordination collaboration. So the RIPE NCC doesn't operate in isolation. We are part of a larger internet governance structure that operates, well, the internet pretty much governs it. We work to defend and support the system because we fundamentally believe that this is the best that we can come up with at this point in time. And our work does require us to have excellent relationships with governments, standardizing bodies, and also technical community as well, as you're going to see I'm highlighting in a bit. So going into community building and membership engagements. This is a nice confetti graph that shows you at a glance where we have been doing engagements, so creating those environments in person. So you can see that we try to have this nice wide geographical distribution across our service region. You can see the color coding correlates back to either a RIPE meeting or a regional event that we do. We host 3 of those, MENOG, Southeast Europe, SEE, and Central Asia Peering Forum, CAPIF. But we also do more national targeted engagements, something like the Internet Measurements Days or NCC Days, which we didn't do last year, but that's part of the portfolio, hackathons and others. Now, for those of you that do not like confetti graphs and prefer a more personal approach, this is the slide that I really like showing every time, right? Showing community coming together in various meetings and occasions, just really exchanging ideas, building the community, and continuing with the legacy that has been built over 35 plus years, I believe. Which brings me to the RIPE meeting at RIPE 88, where indeed we were celebrating 35 years of RIPE. It was a great meeting in Poland. We heard a lot of great feedback. It was one of the meetings that we managed to kind of get back on track with the long-term planning for events. And it was easy and nice, and people were happy, which was a great thing. You can see that reflected in the NPS scoring as well. So out of a possible -100 to 100, we ended up with a 74. So that is always positive. And you might remember the iconic stairway that I think everybody that was there took photos. I see a lot of nods. Thank you for that. And really the marketing and design team, comms, do a really great job in doing this. They ended up trying to opt themselves one up for the next meeting. So moving from stairs, they went to the elevators. And this photo came to as close as me being ever an influencer in my life. I may have mentioned this once or twice to a few people. It ended up, I posted it on LinkedIn, and I ended up getting like 40,000 unique people looking at it with 60,000 views of it, and people actually debating about, is IPv6 the future? Is it now? Did it happen? Did it not happen? Is it dead? Sparked a lot of discussion, and that sparked other stuff as well. But it was a really great meeting, and again, kudos to the teams that work on this. I've heard great feedback also on the marketing here at the meeting. One thing that I want to highlight, please talk to the comms team and the marketing team, but also Miguel, who is our graphical designer. He doesn't usually come to the RIPE meetings, but he's here now. So please, I don't know if he's in the room or not, but please find him and talk to him because he does really amazing work. RIPE Labs. So I'm sure a lot of you are, if not all of you, are familiar with RIPE Labs. It is our way of publishing articles that are interest to the community, written by the community, but also written by the RIPE NCC staff. One of the metrics that we always keep an eye on is that we have at least a 50-50 balance between articles written by staff and community. That means there's actual engagement and interest from the community. As you can see, that's true last year as well, where half of the articles that were published were written by community members. Now, I highlight here the top 3 articles in terms of views. I'm very happy and proud to say 2 of them were written by NCC staff. So Emil, my colleague, wrote an article about routing around damage. He will be presenting that in a couple sessions, I think in co-op, but also in the community plenary as well. Was really good article, and it got a lot of attention. The other article that was inspired by the discussions about the elevators was the IPv6 cat that I wrote, Schrödinger's IPv6 cat. It is uncertain if we are going to be doing more branding around this for future meetings, but wait until 92 to see what we'll be doing. And yeah, that is the plan, but it's uncertain, let's say. Schrödinger and all. There was also a great article about LLM misinformation problem that was written by a community member, Kathleen, and these were the top 3. We also had 10 podcasts, and we had around, well, I'll round up to 33K unique views. And if I haven't mentioned him by name, Alan Davis is the RIPE Labs editor, and he does an amazing job in making sure that we have great quality content there. Moving to other stuff that we did last year. So there was the redesign of RIPE.net. A lot of you would have seen Phil, who is also at this meeting, going around and presenting about how we redesigned the website and how we made it a lot more clear and visible, what RIPE NCC is and what RIPE is, with different colors and different notations that allowed for, hopefully, more ease of use based on the feedback that we hear that was quite successful. Fergal, also my colleague, came to the stage and presented on crowdsourcing translation efforts to get some of the documents that the RIPE NCC produces translated into different languages, trying to lower the barrier of language. And as you can see here, a list of different languages that we ended up doing through community crowdsourcing. So Turkey, Spanish, Italian, Russian, Farsi, Arabic, and English are now available for certain documents online. In the bottom here, it highlights RACI and the Fellows. It's an initiative that is done by a community development team managed by Gergana, and her team take care of this. And it's a great effort. I'm sure anybody that has sat through a RIPE meeting has listened to at least one RACI talk. It's really great to see how we are more welcoming to newcomers coming into these meetings, presenting their work, and then bringing in fresh perspectives, which is something that we want to see more of. And I think I have a slide on that later. Learning and development. So last year, we also celebrated 10 years of RIPE Academy. You can see a nice progression of sites and websites over the time at the bottom there of how the Academy looked over time. You can see the team that was at RIPE 89 celebrating, yeah, 89 is in the hashtag, celebrating. So Alvaro, Padro, Gerardo, and Ivy, they are, except Gerardo, I believe they're here at the meeting, and please have a chat with them. They do really great work. We get a lot of appreciation for the e-learning content that they put out there. It is, according to the feedback that we're getting, amongst the best that people get to experience. Now, not only do we offer the courses, but we also offer certifications, so people can get the badges and use them for, well, gamification purposes on LinkedIn and bragging. You know, techies like to brag. You can see that we offered, you may or may not remember, last summer we offered a campaign and we asked people to publish these these certificates as they were getting them, and we ended up giving out t-shirts. Again, something else that works for techies, t-shirts. And as you can see in the slide here, the team does a lot of usability testing and a lot of quality control metrics. So that is very much factored in all the work that they do. And I must give them kudos. They're quite a independent team that knows what they need to do, and they get the job done. So they're really, really great at that. Last element is coordination, collaboration, and a few highlights here. We have held 3 roundtable meetings last year in 3 different parts of our service region. So we do one annually in Brussels. Well, all 3 of them are annual, actually. We do one in Brussels. We do one in Southeast Europe alongside the SEE meeting. So last year that was held in Greece. And we also do one in the Middle East. I believe the photo is from that one in Jordan. We also have a concept called breakfast with ministers. So in service regions that is difficult to bring people on the regional level, then we go and engage more on one-on-one with the government officials that we need to do there. Now, another thing that we have actively been working on is building that recognition amongst other entities in the ecosystem that I mentioned, Internet Governance Landscape. So we have pledged last year to partner to Connect, which is an ITUD development initiative. We pledged there all the capacity work, some of the capacity work and the training courses that we've been doing there. It is highly appreciated by them. This is why I'm saying we're getting a lot of great feedback on this, and we do have plans to continue more. This allows us to help position ourselves as that center for expertise and knowledge when it comes to matters related to our mandate. A lot of work with the League of Arab States, and I believe my colleague Shafiq has a talk tomorrow in co-op that will be talking more about the work that he has been doing in this area. We've been also working with the Dutch Internet Standards Platform, but also with the regulatory bodies and the European Commission in Brussels. My colleague Roman is here. I don't believe he will be presenting, but please have a chat with him. He always has nice insights into what's happening in Brussels. And we continue to contribute to work done in UN and EU and stuff. You might remember, if you caught my talk last year, there was a number of submissions that we made to open consultations on various topics related to internet governance issues, which I think I have a slide on as well. Data storytelling. So we do a lot of effort there. We have an internal guild that is run by Alan, the Byte Labs editor, but it really brings together people from across the entire company. So it's not really one department that works on this. It brings together people from the research team, the comms team, registry, technology, all come together to try to demystify, for lack of a better word, the work that we do. We put out these regional reports alongside the regional meetings. We use them to produce also for when we do log engagements and travel to present in different countries, how we see the internet performing there. There's the article on, it could be topical, the article on the Baltic Sea cable damage. But we also have more in-depth stuff like, for example, the article that my colleague Hisham, who's in the room here, did on IXPs in the Middle East. Now, Rob, you asked the question about transfers. Interestingly enough, we actually do have an in-depth report on that we will be publishing in 2 weeks. We didn't want to launch it with the right meeting because, well, we didn't want it to be covered with all the noise of that. But my colleague Marco, the registry manager, and Anastasia from the comms team have put really together and Renee from research have really put together a great report that covers, I think, all the questions that you might have there. But also my colleagues Jad and Yelena are working on a follow-up report on the IXP one in the Middle East to do that for Southeast Europe as well. So more of these insights we produce as much as we can because we use them for, well, engagement and all the stuff that I said before. Now, I'm going to have a couple slides on 2025, but before I go into that, I really want to thank all my colleagues at the RIPE NCC and not just in community engagement for all the work that they do in the, well, external engagement and community work. There's a lot more that I can cover in 20 minutes. So if I haven't mentioned a project that you've worked on or haven't thanked you by name, please I want you to know that it is highly appreciated, all the work that you are doing, and I couldn't be more proud. I just take the glory of presenting on this, but it's really all the hard work that the team does. Now, 2025 updates. Community Project Fund. So you might remember last year, we paused the Community Project Fund in an attempt to review that and see if we can make it better, what enhancements needs to be done, because we were hearing some critiques, which were fair. So we paused it and we looked at it internally to understand what we need to be doing to make that program better. Now, after doing some initial research, it became very clear to us that it would require a lot more resources that we're currently dedicated to it. But then if we provided that, the direct benefit to the members was unclear. So we went back to the board and we presented a bunch of different scenarios. But at the end, the board decided and approved that the proposal to discontinue the CPF. There is a resolution on this. There's board minutes if anybody's interested in reading more about that. I do want to note that this does not affect those that were awarded funds in 2024. This is about moving forward. And I really want to thank the selection committee that are volunteer members from the community that are the ones that actually do the selection. We just provide secretariat work, but really the selection, the process, all that is run by community volunteers, which have been doing an excellent job so far. The RIPE Fellowship Review. So if you were in diversity yesterday, you would have probably seen Laura on stage talking about the mentorship program. You might have also had some chats with her or other colleagues, Michaela, Yelena, and others that actually are part of that, or Gagana, that are part of the community development team, that are heavily looking into how we can onboard more people into the community, how we can bring them in. RACI has been a very great success over the years. Fellowship, well, various levels of success, but we really wanted to see how we can go beyond just these programs into making sure that newcomers feel a lot more welcome and we retain them over time, right? So giving them certain elements and how we can tie stuff like, well, the e-learning stuff that we have now, the mentorship program that we have, all the community engagement stuff that we do, that like Atlas Ambassador programs. How do we tie all this together to actually give newcomers more sense of, achievements and gamification to how they can be more active within the community? We are continuing to run the fellowship program, so we're doing it for this meeting in RIPE 91 as it is. I say that we do it light, which means we're not going to be doing a call for fellows for RIPE 91 because we've already selected them from the selection pool that we were given for RIPE 90. However, for RIPE 92, ideally, hopefully, we would be then ready to launch a new program, and I will be updating more on that in RIPE 91. Very quickly, because I'm down to my last 2 minutes. This year is a big year for internet governance and discussions about this. If you're not into internet governance, I'm sure you've heard a lot of discussions about sovereignty on the internet and digital agendas and putting governments first, whatever government that is, or block first. And it's very important in this time that the technical community has their say and makes people understand what is really at stake. I wrote a couple of articles. This is the last one of the series that is trying to distinguish the internet from what is built on top of it, which is very important that we don't confuse the two. We techies, we do internet plumbing, we say that a lot. It's very important that if, well, the aesthetics, the smart devices that you're putting in your apartment, that if you're doing that, they don't compromise the foundation. You don't crack the foundation of the building or else the building is ruined, right? So that is very important in these discussions moving forward. And this is why positioning the RIPE NCC and the RIRs and getting them recognition for the role that they play is very important. The road to RIPE 100. So my colleagues now are actively working on that. We now caught up with the 2-year cycle, but now we're planning way ahead to RIPE 100. It's called RIPE 100, not RIPE 800. I'm just very picky on that. So we are looking into different locations and where we go. There was a good presentation at the diversity session on accessibility there. We will continue that discussion, but it's really great. And something that I really liked, we have the iconic stairs again for this meeting. And one thing that I saw with a lot of people is they go and say, this was my first meeting, this was my first presentation, this was the first time I saw this. It was really great to hear these stories, and it's really lovely to see. And with that, I am done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think you can tell how much I love my job, right?
I think it's obvious, yeah. I think you're doing a good job.
No questions, so thank you.
Questions, nothing online? Okay, in that case, thank you, Hisham. And finally, we have the strategy plan for 5 years with Hans Petter back. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we've been talking about what we've been doing last year and some peeks into what we're doing this year. I'm going to lift my eyes a bit and try to gaze into the next 5 years, and not starting next year, but the year after. Right now, we have a 5-year strategy in place where we try to look at a long-term strategic roadmap, and we want to publish that a year before that period starts. Every year, we do an activity plan and a budget, so that's more the tactics on how do we play this and get towards this goal that we set in the strategy on the short term or medium term, a year. But we also have a third level, which are the quarterly roadmaps that each of the service teams present for their services. So if you're looking for promises on when are we going to launch this feature or that, you need to look in the quarterly roadmap, because as anyone working with software development, you know that there are always surprises and you can't really promise what comes after the next sprint or the next. But we try to have a clear roadmap for the next quarter, and that means we can also revise what we're doing after that based on what we learned and based on changing requirements. So we're trying to do planning here on many levels. We want to have a long-term plan because you, as our members, want stability. You want to know what you can expect from us, and you want to know what you're going to pay in the end. And these things are linked. So we want to provide clarity to members and the community about the direction we will take in the coming years, align all staff around the strategic priorities, because with 190 people, it's very great. It's great if we run mostly in the same direction, right? We can't expect everybody to do exactly the same thing at the same time, but it would be very great that we all pull in the same direction, and that's what we need a strategy for. We need to engage and motivate internally and externally. We need to have a basis for the annual activity plan and budget process, and ensure a long-term development of services and activities. They're kind of just in the way of the text, so I'll try not to tear something apart. So, strategy process 27 to 31. 2031, that's a long time in the head, right? Who has planned their vacation in 2031? Yeah, no, nobody, right? Financial planning is something that we didn't think about last time. This time we will also make a financial plan that fits this 5-year budget to give an indication of what we think this will cost. So, we can dream up the most fancy strategy in the world, but if we don't have the resources to deliver on it, then it will never happen. So these things needs to go hand in hand. We have a longer planning cycle. We're starting already more than 1 year ahead, because I want this strategy approved before I have to make the first activity plan in this cycle. So that means that this plan needs to be in place May next year. So we now have a year to do this, which seems like, oh, that's a long time, so no hurry, but also, we have a lot of stuff to deliver in that period, so it's good to have that time. Once the high-level strategy is in place, we will develop strategies also for the services. So we have measurement services, we have registry services, we have RPKI and so on. Where do we want that service to be in 2031, right? That's not something that you may find in the very high-level strategy from RIPE NCC today, but it's an important work to do for each individual service. And since we have a year, we have time for that. And we want to involve more stakeholders internally and externally. Last time around, this was just after I started, It was mostly done in the exec team with some involvement from staff, and it was heavy involvement from the board in the end. So I do believe that board feels strong ownership to the current document, but not that much engagement with the community, and definitely not with all staff. We hope to make that very different this time. Yeah, and we're also using a slightly different methodology this time. And we're doing more groundwork before hiring the strategy. So I've put together a strategy team from across the organization. Smahena, Ulka, Jad, and Adonis. They've all actually done a part-time MBA over the last couple of years. So I thought maybe they've learned something about strategic planning. So we're letting them have a go at doing and facilitating this process for us. So no expensive external consultants here. We do this in-house, right? The overall approach to this is diagnose, decide, and deliver. So we know in the first phase that we're doing in Q1 and Q2, we're examining the landscape, the bigger trends, and understand where we stand. We map external factors to operating environment or resources and capabilities, and we look at input from external stakeholders. That's the diagnose phase. Then in Q3 and Q4 this year, we will use this analysis to set the general direction for the coming 5 years. Check the alignment of our mission and vision. Do our current objectives still apply in this landscape? Define a high-level strategy and gather input from external stakeholders. That's when we start to decide on where we want to go. And then deliver from Q4 to Q2 next year, work on more detailed service plans and fine-tune the strategy. So in February, we started with external analysis, and we used the PESTEL method for this, looking at society and trends. Then in April and May, we have looked at the operating environment analysis to understand potential impact on these changes to the RIPE NCC. And then also now in April and May, looking at organizational strength. You know, you'll start to look at strengths and weaknesses. It's very easy to get caught in all the risks and weaknesses, but we do have some strengths that we can build on as well, and that's important to take into account. All of this will lead into a strategic SWOT that synthesizes the strategic base of what we're doing. And then in June, we will start to make decisions. It's going to be a workshop with the exec team. We're going to have a workshop with the board. The regular June board meeting will be dedicated mainly, if not only, to strategy. And then we will then take it from there and bring it forward. Now, I've talked a lot about process. Now, what about the protein? PESTEL, to understand the external environment, is about gathering input from internal stakeholders on how they see the factors. So how does RIPE NCC staff, key staff, see the political, economical, social, technological, legislative, and environmental area develop? On the political side, we see, as I expect most of you do, increased geopolitical conflicts. We see increase in request for greater insight and control over internet number resources by governments. In the 90s, they hardly knew what we were doing. Now they want to control us. Increased mistrust towards institutions in the society in general. EU legislation and potential demands from non-EU countries for parity. Hey, GDPR is great. Let's copy that. And then we have conflicting legislations from parts of our service region, right? Possibility of further sanctions. Rapidly changing and seemingly unstable international dynamics. Economic side. Inflation is luckily not as high as it was, but it's very uncertain. And it's very tight economic conditions. So while the inflation isn't quite down the way it was before we had this very high peak a couple of years back, it's maybe a percentage point higher. We also see that the predictions from, for instance, the Dutch Central Bank or the European Central Bank or other national central banks, they kind of miss there. They say that it will go down and be lower, and we see at the end of the year that, you know, they were too optimistic in reducing inflation. So it's more uncertain than it used to be. Increased cost of attracting and retaining talent. Oh, my staff will now use this as an argument for getting pay rises again. But this is what we're seeing when we're recruiting. Sanctions and OFAC restrictions. Sanctions that hit us directly, but also indirectly. OFAC doesn't apply to us, but banks are concerned about that, which makes it difficult or impossible for us to receive money from OFAC sanctioned entities. US imposed system of tariffs. We have no idea how this will affect any of us yet. And the fluctuating IPv4 market. I had an interesting discussion over dinner here the other day saying that, oh, the prices are really going down. Well, that's great because that means we now have V6 deployment, or do we? What's happening here? We don't really know yet. We don't know the effect of this. Social factors. When I joined the RIPE community in the beginning of the 90s, it was a pretty homogeneous community, right? It was all network engineers and where, if not all had the same education, we're pretty like-minded. Today, we're a much more diverse community, which is great, but it also means that there is more divergence. So that's a challenge, but it also means that we need to pay more attention to it and figure out how do we drive the community towards consensus, which may be harder these days. Less participation from the newer generation. So that's why we're doing these fellowship programs and RACI and so on. We want new people in here with new, fresh thoughts. Geopolitical conflict as a threat to cooperative spirit among community members. Lack of participation from members and communities in part of our service region. Challenges in staying relevant given people can get IP resources everywhere and where they can meet and collaborate in other forums. Hey, why go to the RIPE NCC when I can rent some IP addresses here? Well, then you're dependent on a third party, and if that third party stops existing, you don't have those addresses in the registry anymore. Go directly to the source, right? Those kind of factors and those changes over time, where people go for the easy solution rather than the right one. Technological factors. AI is hitting us everywhere. We have no idea where this brings us, right? It potentially changing the way we work and expectations around the way we work. Advancement in AI also drives and increases in cybersecurity attacks. Emerging quantum computing technologies reshaping how we deal with cryptography, and that's affecting quite a few of our services. Evolution of routing security, creating new security mechanisms we need to promote and support. I mean, it's great to be on the forefront of development, but it's also work to implement them. Concerns regarding dependence on cloud providers, Felipe has already talked about that. It's popped up in the pestle analysis. We're taking it seriously in the risk assessments, and we're taking it seriously in the strategy process, but we're not waiting for the next 5-year strategy to take actions here. Increased deployment of IPv6, that may affect us. Legislation, maintained and possibly increased sanctioned. Unfortunately, sanctions has not gone away. Increased and evolving regulations, talked about that several times already. Conflicting regulations from different parts of our service region. We already have that, and there is no reason to believe that we will see less of that. The need to visibly demonstrate compliance. In the 90s, it was enough to just do the right thing and make sure your service works. Today, we have to document it. And yeah, people ask, why don't we publish our SOC 2 report? Well, because it's confidential. There is interest to see this. Where are the weak points? And have we taken care of the data, the services the way we would do? More tech advancement leading to increased need to regulate. Again, requiring relevant procedures, risk assessment, mitigation plan, and business continuity plans. If you've been working in companies that have implemented the compliance efforts like what RIPE NCC has done, you will know that this may be a major change of working, right? Yeah, I see some people nodding here. And, that's a heavy load on my colleagues. And I recognize that in the RIPE NCC. I just have to stand here and present on it. Everybody else have to actually feel this in the way they work and work differently from what they did last year and the year before. Environmental factors, climate change impacting us and our members, risks to internet infrastructure and resilience. You've seen our publications on submarine cables and so on. High travel costs and demand for eco-friendly events. Hey, why do we meet at all? Why don't we just do this virtually, right? How many times haven't we heard this? And great to see you here, by the way. I still believe meeting in person is important. Pressure to reduce our carbon footprint. Requirements to report on and limit our energy consumption, infectious diseases affecting the RIPE community and RIPE NCC staff, let's hope we don't ever see a new COVID epidemic, but yeah, it's more likely that we do than we don't in some way. So this is the output, the synthesis from the strategy team of the pestle analysis. What we've now been doing is workshops with staff. What are the likely areas of impact based on the pestle analysis? What opportunities do we see emerging from this? How do we see the expectations and demands make us evolving in line with industry? How are other external factors likely to influence our activities, suppliers, industry, and peers? And what are our internal strengths and capabilities? Then, in June to October, we will have discussions with the executive board, and we will have an executive team retreat where we will dive into this. We will use the strategic SWOT that we talked about earlier and RIPE NCC's vision and mission as a springboard to look at the overall picture and understand where we stand and where we want to be going. And then draft a high-level direction for the RIPE NCC and the different functional areas. So the draft first high-level strategy from the RIPE NCC is something that we intend to present to you at the next RIPE meeting. So please stay tuned. In September to October, we will also share a summary of our internal analysis and a high-level draft strategic plan with members and community ahead of the October general meeting. Work will begin internally on the service level strategies, defining strategic objectives for each service in line with the overall overarching strategy. Develop more detailed strategies for each services where we need further analysis on this. And here it's really important that we also do bottom-up feedback in this. This is not a top-down exercise, both internally in the organization, but also from external stakeholders. So, you know, please keep your eyes open for requests on the mailing lists or other places where we would seek input from you on this. So we've already done quite a bit on the pestle analysis operating landscape workshops. We will be asking for your input on our work on the internal analysis and high-level strategic plans ahead of the next RIPE meeting. Please participate in this. And the whole process will end with a great fanfare and the RIPE NCC strategy for 2077 to 2031 that we will complete by May 2026. That was it. Are there any questions?
Thank you. So nothing on Meetecho. Do we have any questions on how the NCC is developing its next 5-year strategy?
So if you're interested to talk more about this, you know, please grab me or maybe even better, somebody from the strategy team, Smahena, Adonis, Ulka, or Jad in the corridors. Fergal is coordinating them, so he is also a good person to talk to, or your favorite RIPE NCC staff or executive members. And please give us input and suggestions of where we should be moving. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you have this gig yet.
Oh, no, they're running to the microphone. I just wanted to wrap it up now.
Salam first. Yeah, Salam, I was speaking for myself. Thank you, Hans-Peter. I'm so impressed, I have to say, that there's direction, there's a form, and, you know, the community is all behind the, you know, the RIPE community is all behind the activities and everything. My question to you is, what keeps you going? I mean, it was pretty pessimistic in a lot of places. What are you optimistic about?
That's a big question. This brings me back to the university at the end of the 80s when I got a phone call from Piet Bertema at CWI in the Netherlands, and he asked Hans-Peter, do you have this kind of modem? Because our friends at the demos in the Soviet Union, they're afraid that their connection to the rest of the world will be cut off. And as an engineer at the university, I was running the UUCP node there, and I set up a connection to them. And I was watching the news feeds on UUCP every day through the critical days of the Soviet Union falling apart. Interfax was the only independent news media back in the days that then got news, independent news out to the rest of the world of what was happening. And my tiny part in that, by watching that modem and made sure it works, was kind of like I can contribute a tiny bit to making the world a better place by making people communicate. So that's what driving me. I think that the internet still is a tool for people to connect and interconnect and make the world a better place. There is a lot of downsides and dips in that belief, but I still have a firm belief in humanity and that we here can make the world a better place by keep the internet running.
Brian Nisbet, HEAnet. And I think the video from our Ukrainian friends talking about communication crisis really feeds into that. My question is a lot more prosaic than Salam's. You talk about the feedback and you want to get more from the community, and the members, and apologies if I missed this. Is there an email address? Is there a form, rather than us trying to hunt down people in corridors and things like that? But will there be a nice clear process or method of us?
I mean, my strategy team has promised me that there will be a process and they will reach out to get your input. So this will be made, right?
Strategy@ripe.net exists in 5-10 minutes?
Not quite, but I think for the Atlas strategy, we will use the networking group. For services strategy, we will use the services working group and so on. But I'm not deciding this. They are.
No, but something will. Cool. Thank you.
I think they got the message.
Okay, thank you very much, Hans-Peter.
Thank you.
So just a few closing remarks. As usual, rate the presentations and vote for the PC elections. At RIPE 91, it is my turn to stand down as co-chair. So if you're interested in being a co-chair of NCC Services, please come and see either myself or Stefan and Janos, and we can let you know what's involved. Read the daily meeting blog. The comms team put a lot of effort into that. It's funny and amusing and worth a read. And with that, I shall thank you very much. We have the GM. I don't know whether it's in here or the side room. In here. Okay, thanks, Phil. So the GM is in here, so if you could make your way out, have to, well, the NCC would have to check badges as usual on the way back in. So thank you all for taking part, and see you in Bucharest.